Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader live in studio, joined by our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Morning, all.
Otherwise known as Shy Girl as well. We got to make sure we tell people that. Keep people that are new into the loop by calling you shy. They don't know if I'm just saying you're shy or if you're actually Shy Girl. And of course, in his Carolina blue, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, folks. I actually have a little bit of orange in this shirt because when I woke up this morning, I saw some markets moving, some really nice movements in many markets. So I'm like, I got to get a little bit of orange in my shirt. So I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you what, this market, the character changes that we've seen are impressive. So first I have to go back to yesterday. That bond market sell-off in the morning off of that hot number that we talked about, Shy, and it came right back. First of all, I was one of those times where I was very thankful to be on air because otherwise I'd have been clicking shorts in the bond market and I would have gotten run over for sure. Then the equity market, when we got off air, I looked at it and said, okay, bonds came back. And then all of a sudden, equities open up and they go straight down like a rock. I'm like, okay, they're kind of going against the bonds. I couldn't even get into that trade either because I talk about, I was trying to actually buy some puts and, look for maybe a day or two move. It happened in like 10 minutes. And then it bounced all the way back up into earnings. And then earnings come out better. And then here we go. And I look at this market and I'm just like, I'm impressed because they're now defying gravity. It's the character change was in the past. If we had some negative news, the market would stay somewhat near towards the lows. Would be potentially a steeper sell-off. Bonds would not have bounced the way that they did. And the last thing I have to say is, look at gold now. Impressive, down 3% today. It's down 104 points, getting close to an area where I start to want to buy it. But I'm just scared to even fade any of this now because, has everything changed?
So, I want to add on top of, we saw that big push up at the very end of the day was really when the market really started moving. And then, of course, earnings were great. But we also had a couple of headlines out just after we had Meta and Microsoft. We had the EU to present trade proposals to the U.S. to negotiators next week. So markets definitely liked that. And then we had another headline that says U.S. wants to start tariff talks with China. So the state media says, which would be kind of an about face because we talked to Leland yesterday and we talked about kind of how it was a face-off and nobody really wanted to come to the table. And so that headline hit also as well after those earnings.
And so, quick preview, how did those earnings actually come out? I didn't follow it super close. I was watching the tape more than anything. I didn't really see how good I'm assuming not bad, but they were up a lot, the stocks, Microsoft and Meta.
Yeah, blew doors off. Microsoft earnings EPS, 3.46. Estimate was 321. Revenue, $70.07 billion. Estimated was 68.48 billion. They had, most of the growth came from their intelligent cloud revenue and Azure growth. And then we had Meta, EPS, earnings per share, $6.43. Estimated was $5.25. Revenue was $42.31 billion. Estimated $41.38 billion. And operating income was $17.56 billion, estimated $15.52 billion. So blew doors off, in other words.
Crazy how much money they make. It's nuts. It's unbelievable. Jimmy, overnight, I talked about it. Gold down $100. Bonds up again, equities up again. Bulls are really coming back in a big way. I think it's just really a complete shift of character change. I don't know what else to say about it. What are you seeing in the overnight trade coming into today?
Yeah, money's flowing all different places. We have strong equity market and we have the strong bonds and notes, as you pointed out. This morning I checked that correlation to see if it's changed. It got stronger more positively correlated, the 30-year Treasury bonds and the E-mini S&P. So they're going in the same direction, which is very, very interesting. Yeah, we see gold selling off, but also the Bitcoin is on the move, driving to 100,000 again. So that's breaking some key resistance levels today as well. So we're seeing money flowing in different directions today, or yesterday and today, with a lot of trade lift on some of the markets that we follow right now. And on the flip side, of course, and Shai will be better suited to talk about this, but crude oil is still a little bit in the doldrums right now, trading at about a 57 handle.
Yeah, crude is just out of favor right now. And, you know, if there's anything that's in a bear market that has stayed bearish, because who knows if we're still in bear market in equities, we do. I mean, it's hard to make that case. But you look at crude, can't hold rallies.
Yeah, well, and we did have, there was an article out yesterday that said that Saudi Arabia has been talking to allies, and industry experts, no names, said that they felt that Saudi was ready to increase supply, and this could start, you know, another kind of oil war, which, if you remember back in 2020, this happened between Saudi Arabia and Russia when that whole, they met that OPEC meeting, the whole deal fell apart. Everybody turned on the taps, and then COVID came, and then we went negative. So everybody's kind of afraid that Saudi Arabia is going to make that same move. Having been to OPEC for a meeting in February, I can tell you that I do not believe that is going to happen. OPEC is very committed to the group, and so there's just a lot of rumors running around that market right now as well, so that's putting a lot of downward pressure on prices.
Summarize what you're seeing right now from the macro side, Shai. I mean, let me break down a couple things. I mean, we're seeing oil come down. You know, I talk about, I know briefly you have, just if this is showing the potential slowdown, is this also signaling something else? And I just one other thing I want to say is, and just tie this into just the overall, you know, data points that we got the past couple of days. Obviously, we still have unemployment coming up. I know we have some data today we'll get into in just a moment, but like, what is, like, where are we from, you know, an economy standpoint right now?
Well, from an economy standpoint, we had GDP come in negative yesterday, right? And so everybody's expecting that we're either in a recession or going to be in a recession because of these tariffs. Yes, the stock market is up, but we have a lot of other signals and data that is telling us that we're ready for a slowdown. Oil also is worried about shipping because there's a lot of news out that shipping is going to totally collapse as soon as, you know, these tariffs, we don't have some sort of trade deal. We're already kind of seeing that happen because tariffs in China are 154%. So we're already seeing kind of a slowdown in shipping. Obviously, we're their largest customer. So that kind of is filtering over into the transportation industry in general, not only for shippers, but for truckers as well, obviously, because they come off the ships and truckers pick it up and deliver it across the country. And so there's a lot of fears in those two industries of a giant slowdown, which again would be bad news for the oil market.
And the question will be, what happens with the China tariffs? Because ultimately, that's what changes all of this, right? I mean, you have to assume that they know this, right? I mean, you
Yeah.
hope, kind of, right? And we've talked about this. I mean, the way this whole thing is unraveled from the beginning was, it was a bit chaotic. We've all talked about that. And it's funny, as they've gotten quieter on things and just, I think they've gotten better with communication, because we talked about this. I think a lot of people think over the long term, these things are good for the country. But when you give the country so much to digest, markets see things, you know, as to what could I do with whatever policy I have. And if they don't know it, it's very difficult to move forward. So you had this massive uncertainty. And now just by dialing back just the rhetoric and just talking about this is a little bit, because it's like, even though nothing's really been resolved,
Right.
let's also be clear about that. We're on a 90-day pause. I couldn't name one really positive tariff that we've gotten. I mean, maybe there's some.
We have no deal with any country at this point. It's all off.
There you go.
And the market gets excited over any positive talk about maybe we have a deal.
Yeah. And what's crazy when you think about it is that it really, again, it comes down to communication, right? When things aren't coming out randomly and changing direction quickly, and what's going to happen and what may happen and what may not happen, and when the conversations get a little bit behind closed doors, because again, everybody wants transparency until they start to see how the sausage is made, right?
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it is. And in this specific situation, I think markets were seeing how the sausage was getting made, and it was getting a little bit, nervy. And now that that's been pulled back and people are making the assumption, that's what I think a lot of this is, that things are going to get done, which we still have not seen any sign of. This is what we're getting. And it's interesting to see how this really unfolds when we start to get actual closure on some of these tariffs. So much is leaning on this. I mean, this can of volatility could be cracked back open, I think, like that. I mean, yesterday morning I thought was a perfect example of that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's, markets are going to be watching data more so than they have before. I think because we are starting to see a little bit of negativity creep into the economy. And so I think data points from here on out are going to be very, very important.
Yeah. Jimmy, back to you. You hear what we're talking about. I think right now it's really a day trader's dream in so many ways, because I think that, for someone like myself, I go back to this a lot. I've moved into a swing trader. That's what I do. And so for me, it's very hard to manage risk here. And I watch everybody day trade, and I'm like, man, this is really a good day trading market right now. And I think that there's, a lot of opportunities really across all of the different asset classes that we have right now. And Jimmy, I want to talk just about what you're seeing in general and what we're seeing right now. Just give us your overall view. We got kind of the macro view from a technical perspective. Talk to us just about what you're seeing across the tape.
Yeah, so I mean, we have okay volume so far overnight in most of the markets. So there's participation on the tape. We have some markets that are moving quite a bit. As an example, the E-mini S&P is up over 1.24% in overnight trading. So there is definitely an appetite for the day traders as well as the swing traders getting involved. Not only overnight, but going through the rest of the day. So it should be a good day to day trade. Not only the equity markets, but the markets that me and Shai talk about in hot commodities, they're also in play pretty nicely. Treasuries are the same way. Treasuries are in play as well. The one thing I'm worried about, though, is it seems like in a lot of the pricing of the assets, we've changed the short-term expectation of price. As an example, a lot of folks now are jumping on the bullish bandwagon for markets like the stock index futures. I'm a little worried, though, right? Just for all the reasons you and Shai talked about with respect to uncertainty. We have all of this, discussion on TV, on Twitter, all over the place at the corporate level about, hey, we can't even plan don't break the supply chain. We can't plan anything right now. We don't even know what to do with our CapEx. We need some direction here. And if we're not going to get it until July, I'm a little less bullish. But right now, buyers are coming in, and it's a little bit surprising. So that worries me from a day trader point of view. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the hardest thing right now is like a lot of this stuff happening after hours, like holding any sort of position with earnings and like coming into unemployment. It's like a lot of times, most of what I'm doing lately has been in options. It's like, man, it's hard to go home with any sort of risk on. I mean, this thing could be, and that's why I go back to, coming into the day with a fresh perspective every single day and seeing what the market's offering us. Obviously, we've got, our trader line up in here every day and afternoon. And you could see it was funny because even the afternoons initially, when we were building NinjaTrader Live, putting it together, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Order Flow Labs guys, I think they're phenomenal across the board, all of them. They're so disciplined in what they do, and I love their approach. But the afternoons are tough, right?
Yeah.
And they've been getting a lot of trades, so you're seeing it throughout, the day. So again, in the mornings, if you don't find something, there's something in the afternoon right now. Volatility is here to stay. I don't think this is going away. I know it feels like the bull market is coming back in so many ways, but I'm just not convinced of it yet. And again, I can hold an opinion without having a position on. It's a lot easier. I'm not putting my money where my mouth is. I wouldn't be necessarily fading this from a swing perspective yet. But as time goes by, I'm going to be very curious to see. I think we have unemployment. We have other things coming out in the next few days. We got Fed next week. We'll see how this goes. But today, any data initially that we got to watch out for?
Yep. So today at 8:30, we have jobless claims and continuing claims. Then at 9:45, we have S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, and then at 10, ISM Manufacturing and Construction Spending, and of course, 10:30, we have natural gas inventories. So obviously, the market's going to be looking at jobless claims and continuing claims, and ISM Manufacturing will be important as well.
Yeah, natural gas up 2% again today, with crude down 2%. We've been seeing the opposite of those two markets. Natural gas has remained firm with the bid. We talked about that yesterday, but we're getting ready for Jimmy's edge report. But quick preview, we've got Leonid Mironov this morning. Quick preview of what he is before we break with Jimmy.
He's head of materials at Phuket Capital Management out of Hong Kong, although he lives in England. And he's very experienced in the global commodity and commodity equities space. So his fund invests in Asia and China. And so we can get his perspective kind of on what commodities are doing. And also we can ask him, about the tariff situation in China as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's going to be the first thing I think to ask him. And just getting a global perspective right now of what's happening outside just the U.S. All right, looking forward to that. First time speaking with Leonid, so I'm really excited about that. But until then, next up we've got Jimmy Cagnina's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the E-mini S&P. This is what I was talking about. We have a nice rally here, several day rally in the E-mini S&P. We crossed over a anchored VWAP that we started all the way back at the highs on February 19th. So, I want to see a continuation candle after today if we do close above it before I get too excited about it. But again, these anchored VWAPs from yesteryear or from really key areas are pretty important. So we did cross above it, which is bullish, and we're right at that 61.8% retracement, which also could signal a trend direction if we close above that as well. Above the 50, the ADMA crossed above the 21. That's pretty bullish. Stochastics are overbought a little bit, but remember, we can stay up there for a long period of time. On an intraday basis here, we've already made a lot. We've already crossed a lot of milestones here. I'm going to try to fix my chart. Sorry about that. I should have had this formatted a little better, but it is. Let me hit the F. Hang on. Where's my mouse, everybody? Here we go. Let's just do it this way. We had that big rally, remember that last hour in Globex. And right now, we hit that one-day max from Menthor Q, and that is really framing the area of resistance at the top here at approximately 56.61. Above that, we have R1, which could be a nice target for the bulls, 56.78. And then call resistance at 5,700, that even number. On the downside, we see previous sessions highs is another area of interest for me. That's at 56.26. And below that, we have that JAX 1 number, 55.25. They're right next to each other. So that doubles up that area in interest for me for support or for targets. And then JAX 2 is down at 56 even. Moving over to crude oil. Why am I having problems with my mouse today? Here we go. Crude oil. Huge sell-off, man. I mean, we're shooting to a double bottom, possibly here. We have a target wick way down here, approximately 55.07, give or take a couple of ticks. But that kind of long-term consolidation range, forget about it. We just fell out of bed. The moving averages are all pretty negative right now. We have price distance between that anchored VWAP and where we're trading at right now, and the stochastics are about to be oversold. I mean, we're tracking 22.35 on a cross under, which is bearish as well. Looking at some intraday numbers here really quickly, we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these Jacks numbers because they're pretty impressive right now. Look at that orderly sell-off, classic retracement, still south of the session VWAP, south of that S1 level, and that's approximately 57.26. That might come into play for an area of resistance. Resistance rather. Support S2. We didn't quite get to S2, 56.33 on the crude oil chart. And then real quickly, let's just take a look at the 30-year Treasury bonds before I pass it back to you guys in Naples. Again, a nice orderly rally. We have that 80 MA crossing over that 21. We're right at that 50% retracement on an outside fib. The stochastics are all positive right now. If you kind of use your imagination a little bit, we're kind of range bound for the last 3 days between 116.5 and approximately 117.02. Targets, a lot of targets, folks. Upside R1 right at that 117 and 16/30 seconds level, and then the max 1 Menthor Q 117.20. On the downside, previous sessions lows, targets for the bears 16.02, and then S1 is approximately at 15.29. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Chai.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good morning. We have Leonid Mironov, Head of Materials at Picot Capital Management. Leonid, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Good morning.
Good morning. Pleasure is all mine, Anthony.
So great to have you here. You probably heard us talk a little bit this morning. We were talking a little technical, a little macro, and of course, having you here, we want to try and get a perspective outside of our world of just technicals and macro in the United States. You have a more global presence in understanding things, so I want to start off with that. I mean, in the U.S., we're all talking about tariffs and implications here, but as we know, markets over the past several years, decades even, have turned more into more global markets. What's the perspective for what's happening with President Trump in the United States and tariffs in Asia outside of the U.S.?
Well, I think across Asia, people have been shocked, right? Nothing less than shocked, right? Because don't forget how the year started, right? We had the TikTok deal that was sort of negotiated at the end of the day, right? There was the initial exclusion of China from the very first tariffs against Mexico and Canada. And the moment that went away and we went back to, the title cards with all the tariffs for everybody, people just lost the plot, right? I mean, this particularly applies in Japan and Korea, who kind of thought they were insulated from all of this. They thought they were the good guys and they would maybe benefit from a degree of restraint on Chinese trade or something like that. And then to be hit with direct tariffs, they really, really lost it. And I think in particular the Japanese, they don't take well to rules being changed in them quite so quickly. So they are in a state of trying to sort of find their footing, which is why I find all these comments about, a deal being done soon with Korea or Japan to be quite fanciful because, with Korea, there is nobody to do a deal with. There is no president there sitting, not for another 6 months or so, right? And then in Japan, they're just shocked, right? I mean, it's not clear that there is a pathway to actually doing anything with them. Whereas in China, people were preparing for this for, I don't know, 3-4 years now, and they were expecting to be hit by massive tariffs. And the fact that they weren't hit by massive tariffs immediately was almost like a positive surprise, right? And we had this big run up in Chinese equities in the first couple of months of the year, right? I mean, Hang Seng was up almost 20% into the Liberation Day, right? Only to give half of it back in April when we're back to this understanding that tariffs are in fact coming and big changes in trade with America are on the way.
And so what are your thoughts on the headline that came out this morning that says U.S. wants to start trade tariff talks with China? So says, I guess the state media said so, which is kind of different from what we have been hearing because it's kind of been a standoff where nobody's been, China and the U.S. haven't been talking to each other. So do you think there's any truth to this, and what would that mean?
Look, at some point, talks have to start, but talks can take different sort of guises, right? It could be sitting around the table and just voicing concerns at one another without any progress being made, or it could be something constructive. But for constructive things to happen, you need to have a plan, right? You need to have a list of things you want from the other side, which I think the Chinese have been complaining that they do not see a list of wants from the American side. They don't quite understand where it is that the Americans would like to get to in this sort of installation of the trade challenges, right? And I think on the Chinese side, there's clear understanding that this is more than just a little tariff disagreement, right? I mean, this is part of a bigger move that started with Trump 1, and that was sort of continued, even if more overtly, during Biden, and now back to America very much trying to restrain Chinese progress, especially in the technological sphere. And this is their view of this, and they're not treating these as separate issues, right? They're very much focused on looking for a pathway to development beyond the current trade setup where the U.S. is the majority customer.
And I also, since I have you, and I've talked to you many times, I do want to have to talk about the oil market here for a second. I want to know, we've had rumors out that the Saudis are going to signal to increase supply. We already know OPEC is going to increase trifold, but they said that they were going to. And then we have, global slowdown worries. So what is your current view on the oil market? Are we overdone? Is demand really going to collapse?
I mean, I think obviously the sort of the worries are overdone, but I think the two most salient data points are not getting enough play, and those are that gasoline output in China is down almost 5% in Q1, and diesel output is down almost 6% in China, right? This obviously follows from a record-setting 53% vehicles sold in February being electric vehicles, right? And sort of to date, over 40% are electrified. So this change in the nature of the of the oil market in China, I think, is driving a little bit of this on top of all the supply concerns, on top of all the general economic concerns, right? And this restructuring will have to be reflected, right? This shift away from gasoline production into more of a sort of petrochemical heavy mix, that cannot happen without sort of consequences, right? And I mean, obviously, especially for light oil producers. And if Saudi were to throw more supply into this, I mean, we can see oil much lower, like 40s or something, sort of in the very near term. But that doesn't take away from the longer term story where all our concerns, again, I think demand is going to grow over the long term. It's just, it's not going to grow as fast as it used to. And the linkage to the GDP growth levels is also sort of slowly giving way, right? And if demand grows, even if slowly to say 110 million barrels a day or so by the end of 2030s, that still gives us a very solid demand base. So I think price-wise, once these challenges get sort of understood and better accepted by the market, we'll go back to our sort of 70-80 range comfortably enough.
Interesting to see what would happen to the overall markets if oil were to dip down there. I'm very curious to see what that would do in the short term. And I was just actually going through some of your tweets right now and seeing if maybe there's anything that you had put out lately I want to discuss. And I guess the one thing that I want to talk to, first of all, everybody in chat, go and follow Leonid on X. What's the trade right now? Understanding this market environment, because Leonid, I would have to say, most of the people in here are more short-term traders, but a lot of them are investors as well, right? And so when you look at this market right now, what is the real theme? Because I find it to be so difficult to understand if stocks are in play or bonds are in play, is gold in play, is oil out of play? What do you see as the trade in this environment?
Look, I think I'm on the same boat as you are in that sense because the very short term seems to change by the hour, if not by the day, right? So I am sticking to two main themes that I have for the foreseeable future. And I mean, obviously, running a China fund, it has to be China focused for me. That is that this adjustment, this trade adjustment, is actually going to be much more palatable for China because growing domestic demand is a much easier thing to do than adjusting to change in price or change of supply or breaking supply chains, right? So for in general, on the consumer end for China, this is actually quite a positive story. It could grow as far as 6, maybe even 6.5%. Domestic consumption could grow 6.5% this year, and maybe at this sort of clip for the next couple of years if they execute on everything they've promised. And then the second point to focus for me is technological change that is happening almost despite all of this, right? Maybe lost in this trade debate is the fact that manufacturing has not been a driver of Chinese employment for over 80 years now, right? In fact, it's been declining. And it's still a big part of it, sure, but on the margin it has been declining, and it's been declining not to other parts of the world, but to technological change, right? And automation and robotization have been genuine trends in China that have been very interesting to see, and are certainly underexplored by pretty much everybody at this stage, right? In the latest Shanghai Auto Show, they said that from 2026 onward, the auto show will be half auto show, half robotics show, because of all the innovation happening in that space. We're talking about flying cars, we're talking about humanoid robots, we're talking about industrial robots. All of this is going through a very exciting phase of technological innovation, which for me remains the key theme in China, even because it goes beyond trade, it goes beyond the current sort of market predicaments. That's a theme for sort of many years to come.
Got it. We've got some breaking data starting to hit the tape now. Shai, has that data hit just yet?
Yep. So we have initial jobless claims came in at 241. Expected was 223, so slightly higher. And continuing claims came in much higher at 1916 versus 1865 expected. So we have unemployment, at least jobless claims, ticking up. So that Friday will be interesting for non-farm.
In what sense? So, what do you think it leans towards tomorrow with non-farm?
Well, I think we'll see less jobs than expected. I think we'll see less hiring, and so everybody is watching that labor market right now for signs that the Fed may cut if we start really seeing some weakening in that market.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth initially on the tape. Leonid, we only have you for a few minutes left. I want to talk to you quickly about gold, because gold is really the market that was hot, and I've read a lot about how so much of the gold being bought up was from China. A lot of it was Chinese related, Russian related. You again have that macro backdrop of what's happening overseas. How much of what you're seeing out there in Asia has led to gold being really a big theme so far this year?
It has been very significant, right? I mean, China and Russia were the two central banks that were doing most of the central bank buying in gold over the past 10 years. And then over the past year and a half, perhaps, we have seen Chinese retail buying come in. We have ETFs holding physical gold now in China, also in Japan, and they're starting to attract decent retail flow. On top of it, obviously, in industrial terms, the jewelry industry in China and India are the world's biggest consumers of metal, sort of, from that point of view. So between all of this, we're talking probably more than half of global demand, right? So any incremental change in it would have had a big impact. And of course, China has come to the conclusion that in this uncertain global environment, gold is where the central bank should put reserves in, and that's what they've been doing. And obviously, Russia has followed suit. So there is
with the
a significant pullback will only entice more Chinese consumers into it.
Interesting. Any final questions you have for Leonid today, Shai?
I think we're good. My main thing was oil, so that's what I
Yeah.
wanted to talk to him about.
And interesting too, Leonid, that the pullback in gold again. If there's an appetite for people buying gold, like you said, in Asia and Russia, it only adds to their liking if they're getting it at cheaper prices. Now, obviously, there's a real macro backdrop to this story, and obviously we'll be following it closely. We actually just do have time for just a one last question, and I want to just kind of tie back the thought process on, obviously, again, China focus for you, but how do you see this overall ending between the U.S.? Like, where do you think we settle with tariffs between the U.S. and Asia and China specifically?
I think the tariffs are going to be a lot higher than anything that was envisaged in advance of this, in advance of the Liberation Day, but probably around 25 to 30% would be my gut feel. It's not based on any sort of insider information. This is genuinely my gut feel. I believe that for China, as I mentioned earlier, this is part of a bigger shift away from being an export-led economy first and towards being a consumer-led economy first, right? And obviously, that's not to say that exports are going away, but rather the relative importance will over the long-term shift, right? And this is the focus that they've announced a good few years ago now. This only helps them to deliver on that policy. So as far as they're concerned, they would like to normalize the relationships. They would like to make sure that whatever terms are agreed upon are reasonable enough. And that to me is that they're able to sell into the US, even if it's a 20 to 30% tariff, it's probably okay. The most interesting part of it maybe is the fact that we don't fully appreciate that within the value chain, American companies take a much larger part of the profit than the Chinese ones. So at some point that American profit share would have to come down a little bit. And I think that's another reason why Chinese are actually quite more open-minded to this whole tariff approach than maybe before, as long as everyone is willing to give in a little bit.
Phenomenal insight. Leonid Mironov, head of materials, Pakut Capital Management. It's been a pleasure speaking with you today. Great to meet you.
Thank
Everyone in
you.
chat, make sure you go and follow Leonid on X. We can't wait to have you back, Leonid. Thank you again so much.
Anthony, my pleasure. Thank you for having
Thank
me,
you.
Tracy. Thank you. All right.
Again, 2 days in a row, just really getting insight you have not heard. I honestly, I could have stayed with him for an hour. Some of this stuff, you don't hear about it. You don't even read about it. Getting insight from Leonid was fantastic. What's your initial thoughts as we come out of this interview with him?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was very interesting that he pointed out that Asia would be okay with higher than expected tariffs if each side gave a little bit, and that would be okay. And so if that is the case, then one has to wonder why we're not giving them the demands that we want.
Yeah. Boy, it's going to get interesting here, Shai. I got to
Sure.
tell you what. And, thanks for giving us that jobs data in the middle of that interview. Important because tomorrow morning is going to be one to look at. Now, again, look at the bond market. It didn't do a ton, obviously, because this number is kind of a preview potential of what
Right.
tomorrow could bring. And so, soft jobs. Way to hold that sneeze in, by the way, too. That was impressive. I caught it. I know you guys in chat caught it. I couldn't do that. But tomorrow morning, I think, going to be a wild one. So, all right, Shai, thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
You
All right.
guys in the chat and back at 2:30.
Yeah, that's right, 2:30. All right, let's bring in the man, the myth, the legend, biggest calves in the space, and more collection of shirts with the same look and logo on there than anyone I know. His name is Pharm. Good morning, my brother.
Good morning, Dale. How we doing?
I'm doing good. So, initial thoughts. You heard from Leonid, not somebody that I had followed before on X. Of course, I'm following him now. Great insight, great guy. You could tell. What were your initial thoughts coming off of what he said?
Yeah, just like Shai said, just sort of the Asia side of things. Being over here, of course, we don't really necessarily have a good understanding of their perspective. Your average trader anyway, so it's nice to get to hear some of that and how they might be able to deal or not deal with tariffs and certain levels of tariffs. So it's always interesting to get that different perspective with people that have a more broad view. Certainly, I don't have any kind of knowledge in that space, so I do enjoy hearing those perspectives here and there.
You mean you and I aren't experts on something on X? We actually admit to it? That's impressive that we can do that. I mean, there's so many people that probably know about this stuff that, you see every day. You go on Twitter,
Well, I mean,
it's
hold on.
refreshing to hear from
you
somebody
have
who actually
over,
focuses on it.
no, I mean, you have enough followers on X, so by default, you're an expert on everything. So I'm not there yet.
Bingo.
I think I need like 4,000 more, and then I have expertise in everything by default.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. I don't know what I was even thinking. I am an expert on this. So thank you, Pharm.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So saw jobless claims come out this morning. Let's take a look into the charts. Let's get into it a little bit. Let's start getting a little technical, back into our backyard a little bit here. I got to tell you, Pharm, yesterday, yesterday was a head scratcher for me. Yesterday morning, it was what I expected initially. We talked about this. You and I were chatting back and forth on X about this. I said, wow, a move I had really spot on. I thought they would go to 54.51, I think I said, was the price. It goes with like 55. I couldn't catch a tick of it. It dropped like a rock. And then I said, this is actually probably not a bad spot to buy them. And then they rip, 100 and 200 handles off of that already now. I've not been able to even really execute in this. It's weird because that's normally not what happens with me. I'm normally in if I believe it's going to happen, at least something. This has been tough just because it's been happening relatively quickly. And also, I'm just surprised even like yesterday. I'm like, okay, I'll get another chance to buy them. I'll wait to see what happens. Even the short in the morning, I'm like, okay, if I miss it, I'll wait to see if I buy them. And yesterday's move was just like, wow, quick down, quick right back up. And I thought, just as I thought yesterday morning, there was a change of character for the way that we reacted to the news, and I was bearish. I would say, it sounds so nuts, right? That I was even more surprised in the change of character that the way that we bounced. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, definitely an interesting day. And I think what you bring up is important. I mean, you and I combined have probably missed more trades than everybody in chat combined, I would imagine. And I think it's important to be okay with that, right? Because if you're experiencing pain from missing out on a trade, then you are likely going to have fear of missing out on the next one, FOMO, right? And those two things come together, and that's when bad decisions happen. But yeah, I mean, in general, we had talked on, I don't know, maybe Monday, Tuesday, whatever it was, about the fact that like inventory just got a little stretched. It seemed a little bit weakish into the highs, and it was getting difficult to stay long. I think it's important to talk about these liquidations. You get these sort of later chasers that come into the tape, and they really have no strength to lift things. And so rinsing them out and separating them from their contracts and their shares, and giving stronger bulls an opportunity to then accumulate along at a discount is often exactly what the market needs to get the next leg moving. So we both got the move down correctly, and whether or not we catch the move up is not really that relevant, right? Like I personally chose not to flip. I almost never flip. I usually just, if I'm short, I cover, trail out on the last, and like, hey, great day, right? But because to me, like whenever you get some sudden change in character like that, and it really started with, again, that first 30-minute reversal, right? So we came down, and we'll get into it in the charts, like where we held, why we held, but on those true gap downs, we got an opening drive at the open, and you just kind of have to stay hands off the buy button until that puke gets out. All those late chasers just get rinsed, and then it does provide that opportunity for stronger bulls to step in. And the point at which we were bidding the open again, right, which on ES was after the first hour, NQ like bullish engulfed A period with B period. So the second 30 minutes of the day engulf the first 30 minutes of the day, like that's it for the short. So whether or not you choose to flip long is up to you. But from there, shorting was unlikely to be very fruitful. So definitely a wild day. Definitely a wild day. How we reacted to what was horrible data in the morning. PCE was okay, but clearly it just tells you that this market is positioned to go higher, and it has been, and we just needed to rinse out some of those late longs to be able to generate thrust for this next leg higher, and here we are, and probably still have a little bit more to go.
Yep. I mean, perfectly said. I mean, I want to start with the bond market today because the bond market is what I thought was, I think it was just one of those things where I just did not expect it to do what it did. And it did it so easily too. I mean, yesterday I was talking about, I was literally like chomping at the bit, and I'm like, you know what? If I wasn't live right now, I'd be selling every tick up in bonds, and I would have just gotten smoked. And so sometimes it's like a really good thing. I probably would have caught it on the way down. So who knows how bad it could have been, or even possibly a winner. You never know. But it was just one of those things when I saw the rally coming back, I'm like, whoa, that's kind of impressive. Look at this bond market. I mean, this chart is not bearish to me at all. I mean, it's amazing how different I felt here, right, versus where I feel here. Back here, I was going, wow, the bonds, they're going to zero. And now I look at it and go, they're going to 1 million, right? And I'm joking, of course, but I anchor the VWAP to the low that the market turned on. So the retest of the low, which it wasn't a full retest of the low, but it's the low that we didn't continue to go to the recent lows. And it gets back above moving averages, and so I anchor it and to look and see we have been staying well above that VWAP. And I thought yesterday I would have bet the Pharm that they were going to go and probably get that, and they did not. And now we're standing 1.5 to 2 standard deviations above that VWAP, above 821.34 moving average. Back in this big up move up here, which I think is super interesting because when I look at the bond market up in here, I look at it and go, we're back in this area right here. Look at this high is basically right where the bottom of this body was. If they get up in here, man, I mean, could they do it? Could rates be coming down? You heard Shai this morning talk about jobs markets slowing, and maybe that peels into tomorrow's unemployment, which you would expect it to be. You never know sometimes with these numbers, though. Does that give the bonds a real lift? What does that do for equity? Something to watch. Next thing I want to look at, I want to talk about crude real quick, just because there's a story here. Coming off of Leonid this morning, he said he wouldn't be surprised to see it dip into the 40s. When I look at trends, I go back to reactions, moving averages, and Bollinger Bands. They help me get an idea of just what the environment is. You could see that this market, although it looks similar to the bonds early on, the bonds have detracted and gone up. This is what I would have expected, probably more from the bond market that's happening in crude. So it's telling me crude is a dominant trend to the downside, and would not surprise me to see them start taking out this lows. Even though the Bollinger Bands are coming inward, you're not seeing mean reversion. And so when I see that, when I see this type of look right here, let me get my rectangle again here. When I see this, like this, in the Bollinger Bands and the moving averages, a lot of times we go to this bottom peak Bollinger Band, which is 51.71. So if they were to spike this, I think they could blip down in here. This old Bollinger Band peak is what I look for a potential test area if it were to blip lower. Because anytime Bollinger Bands are coming inward and markets trending against it, to me, that's typically a sign that the trend is more powerful than you think, and it's be wary of being long crude oil. And so just something to mention there. Not much I'm even going to touch in that market right now. It's a little difficult to position that. The last thing before we get into equities is gold. Look at gold, man. I mean, is this thing unbelievable or what? I was going over back to this area right here where I had this anchored VWAP to the high, and I talked about it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days basically in a row was that VWAP. And then here we are today. It proves that, why I anchor VWAPs, and I look at this and I look at moving averages to help me understand how powerful is a trend. That's what it comes down to. So even as a short-term day trader, you could see in these last several sessions, you'd be more focused on being short than being long, which has been different than what you were the prior probably several weeks, even maybe months in gold. And this character has changed. It can't get above a VWAP anchored from the recent high, can't get above the short 8-day moving average, and it continues to push down to 2, even 3 standard deviation moves. I said before, like the place I'd look to start picking up gold probably is a 3 standard deviation move from the VWAP from this high is roughly just around 30, just below 3,200 now, down to 3,175. I will actually look to buy gold in this area today for a swing position if it were to get down there. And my stop would really be, I'd probably give it, 1 standard deviation from here. So if I were to buy 3180s, my target would be initially back up to like 3240. And so I would take 1-to-1 risk on half that. So I would risk $60 in gold to make 60 on half. And then I would look for us to revisit back up. Because if gold is going to be bullish, I feel like this area should try and hold initially. And so it's worth the risk to me because the primary trend has been up. So I'll keep you guys posted in chat if I do that trade. It's got to get down there and test it, though, and I have to see how it tests it. Last, as we get into equities, if you anchor a VWAP from this turn here, we talked about this and how we've been cruising and just holding above the 821 and 34-day moving averages and how gold has been holding the VWAP to the downside. S&P has been holding it to the upside. Just when you think we can't rally 2-3 days in a row, we do it 8 days in a row. It is what it is, man. I don't know what to say. Did not expect this. We're now 2 standard deviations off the VWAP from this low. We've crossed above moving averages. Bollinger Bands are flat. It's hard for me to see a reason why we don't go to a 3 standard deviation move above the VWAP now, which would be 57.76. That would happen if we cross 56.80 roughly. Then it almost is like another 100-point move could occur. So for me, when I look at this, it's like we are building to the upside. 56.80 is a 2 standard deviation around that VWAP from this low. I think you're going to find resistance at 56.80. We could start to go a little bit sideways, but I'm going to remain bullish again until I see, really, I said before, 5,300 would be the area where I'd start to get bearish. I mean, it's hard to even put a price right now to where I would turn bearish. It would have to be well below here, not something I'd see today. So for perspective, I think, it's buying the dips across above 56.80. I feel like, wow, man, it gets juicy up there. I don't know. It's one of those things where you could start to see some bulls chasing. That's what I've got as an overall look, and I went over several markets, but let's see what your chart's looking like now, Pharm.
Yeah, I mean, part of the script, you mentioning, with gold, what gold has been doing in equities, and it's kind of funny to me that, it's the same script as 2022 is that you get all this selling into the lows and by managed money, right? NAAIM, you see that hit the gutter, when we're hitting 4,800 in SPOOs and they're out there buying gold at 3,400, 3,500. And, here they are now selling their gold so they can chase this rally. You got to love it. So, we'll see, how much upside. That can drive upside. Especially after you get a rinse out like yesterday, it's going to incentivize potentially some more chasing. So, I'll start my daily. We talked about those 3 lows that were just begging to get run yesterday. They were swept out. And, now we've clearly solidified the break away from this range and sort of found some acceptance anyways. We haven't opened yet. So, we'll see within this prior range of consolidation. And so to me, and we'll get into the weekly volume profiles in just a minute, as long as we don't get kicked back out of here and sucked back into, this range again, then we should resolve towards the top of this range. To me, at least probably 57 30s, maybe 57 70s. 57.20 is kind of like a tricky spot, 20 to 30. But, generally we can resolve to the top of this range. And as long as today doesn't break down, 56.75 to 56.80 and maybe a 5700 test would be reasonable. So on days like this, I just try to focus on how could this fall apart? And what could change it for me? Because the plan is to buy dips. We're going to be opening on a true gap up now. Yesterday, we opened on a true gap down. So yesterday, we opened below the prior day's low. And today, we're going to be opening above the prior day's high, barring some, crazy pullback here in the next 30 minutes. And so it's going to be the same story as yesterday, but just flip it around, right? So, we're monitoring, how do we open? How do we respond at the open? But, to me, I'm planning to buy dips. Like even if we come down to yesterday's high, so that's going to be a long. And even if we do come back below yesterday's high, to me, it's not necessarily the end of the world. I'm looking at, what happened yesterday to the downside. The risk is that it happens to bulls now here. And so what happened yesterday was one of two things, and I think we talked about this. One of two things could have happened with this weekly profile. Either we break this to the downside and we form some kind of double distribution week down here, or all of this selling was below value and it risked a snapback rally. And well, we see which one of those it was, right? So, I think we talked about reclaiming, 55.20s, for example, open the possibility that we could come all the way back up. And that's what we did. And before earnings, well, before the end of the month flows, even before that, we had already essentially completed this rotation up towards 57.70s. So the technicals were there for that move, like long before end of month flows and long before earnings. And obviously we've seen that drive further now. So the risk now is that same thing happens in reverse, right? So if we get sucked back into this range, and this is, a failed double distribution attempt, or it's not even, I'm not even going to call it a double, but if we fail to form, some volume and acceptance up here and form a fresh distribution for this week, then we run into some risks. And I would say like 57.70 around there. You could call it 73. I think bulls are safe above 55.68-ish. So, that's a long way away to me before things get potentially difficult. So, yeah, I had this 56.12 to 24 spot. We talked about that weeks ago. And so far, pretty much all the overnight volume is above 56.24, right? So to me, consolidating above 56.24 keeps us, firmly in. Let's see if I can pull up this trailing week range over here. So it keeps us firmly in this week's profile. And so, you can make an argument for 28 or something like that, but I'm going with 12 to 24 because it served well on multiple intradays. So as long as we're holding here, I expect us to just keep working up this range. We should come back and tag this this week's VPOC here, which was around 74, 77, depending on your charting. And then from there, no reason we can't complete a rotation up to these 5700s. And that's where I do get a little bit cautious. But again, when you break a multi, just look at the daily. When you break all of this to the upside, one little daily spot or weekly spot is unlikely to be strong enough to like give you new lows right away. So to me, I'm not like looking to short these spots. I think we're likely going to need to form some kind of fresh multi-day balance before trend is going to reverse. So to me, upside levels are just targets and profit takes for the most part. And, monitoring for reactions and let's see what happens. But I think we're going to need a multi-day break to the downside before any of that changes. And we had the setup here. If we had had a bearish close yesterday and then broken yesterday's lows to the downside, maybe there would have been something. So barring any of that, to me, the plan is to focus on buying dips.
Short-term day trading right now, I think, is the best place to be. All of the NinjaTrader people out there, most of them are very, very short-term. And I think this is an environment that is really, again, I've been saying this every morning in my note, it's really a great environment for short-term day traders because the ranges are going to be big enough. I think you can still trade this in multiple, two-way tape. I don't think you just need to be long or be short. I focus on more of one direction. So for me, it's tougher. And so if you're, a guy or girl out there who is swing trading, this gets a little tougher environment just because it's hard to find a place to put a stop to widen up. But if you're trading within these ranges, I've been watching everybody coming in, like the way Kane traded it yesterday, did great. Merritt, Tanya, all the order flow lab crew this week. We've got Chris today. This is that type of time where I think, again, short-term volatility or short-term trading in this type of volatile market is spot on. Just understand the market environment, which is what we're trying to bring to everybody every day. And I agree with you, Pharm, when you look at what's happening. For someone like me, I would lean obviously more towards the long side because of the way the tape is dictating it. But I look at it, you're right. It's like I have 56.80 roughly to 55.80. There's a 100-point range in there to where I think that we could just consolidate it, and God forbid we consolidate, in this market at all, which I'm not saying I wish for that at all, believe me. I want us to continue to kind of break out so I can get my opportunities. But yeah, gonna be a day where I think, tomorrow's unemployment. I think we have some earnings after the close today, not as big as yesterday. Tomorrow's unemployment. First day of the month, too. We didn't talk about that. Gonna be a lot of back and forth, I think, today. Let's maybe dive into a quick plan. I know we ran a little bit short on time today. You and I were getting into a lot of stuff because we got Tanya coming up here in just a few seconds. But anything real quick on the open initially that you would look for as we dive into today's trade?
Yeah, so just like yesterday,
today's Apple
on
and
a true
Amazon.
gap
I'm
up.
sorry.
Yeah, I do have some earnings today. On a true gap up well above the prior day's high. You're watching the open, and for me, it's first 5 minutes. Some people use 30-second opening range, 1 minute opening range, what have you. Do we see a gap and go where we immediately bid the open and drive higher? Then matters are pretty clear. It's a long. I might not necessarily slam the open long, but it's a long if you're trading above the open. If we can't trade above the open on a true gap up, then we can start potentially looking for, a back test of yesterday's high, particularly if you get a 30-minute continuation to the downside. But that's down there at 56.06 3/4. And based on the way that this overnight profile developed, that's kind of why I zoomed in on it here. So you've got this 12 to 24 spot, and you can see that, pretty much all the volume was above these 24s. And so to me, any kind of trade, even down to here, into the 24 spot, and we can't get any traction lower, maybe we sweep out these lows real quick. I'm potentially looking for a long, at least back up to the meat of the overnight volume. There's generally two-way trading here, roughly 56.60 down to like 37. And that this 36.5 that we keep tagging, I've got that as a level, and honestly had a boomer moment this morning, but I think it was a value area low from that range on a given day that we traded. So I find it interesting that we keep sticking that spot. But rotational trading here generally, and for me, again, favoring longs. If we do see sellers come in and take a shot, and they can get a proper back test of yesterday's high, and that holds, then that can be fine. I then become a little bit worried about a defense of roughly 24 from below, but it's still a long, and I'm still looking to potentially take that long. And then from there, you've got 55.96 3/4 to 5600-ish. Below there would be a little bit of a warning sign that gets you under, what day is today? Thursday, so Tuesday's high. And then now you start getting back into the weekly range prior to today. And so that happened yesterday, back to the upside, and that level was 5492, I think it was, maybe Monday's low. That was sort of your first warning sign. So back below, let's call it 5600 ish, would be a bit of a warning sign. But to me, again, nothing's broken until back below 5570s. We do have earnings. We've got NFP. Like, anything could happen. This could just end up being excess on the weekly profile, and we end up getting sucked all the way back down here, and everybody would feel very different again. So markets is changing rapidly. Looks good, though. We got the rinse out of the late bulls. So barring some new fresh wave of strong selling, I think bulls are okay.
Yep. Again, thank you so much, Pharm. Everybody, Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 9, Pharm and I do Tape Talk, giving you guys an outlook on the market environment from a couple different perspectives, and hopefully we make you laugh along the way as well, and you find joy in seeing what color shirt Pharm has on every day. I know I do. It's very important to me. It's become part of my routine. If I don't see you, my day's not the same. I know you didn't feel that same way when I asked you if you missed me. You totally... you totally blew me off, but that's okay, Pharm. We'll have you back next Monday, as usual. Today's our Friday. Have a great day, my brother. Everyone follow Pharm on Twitter. Hit that like button, and I will see you Monday.
Definitely miss you tomorrow, Deli. We'll see you.
See ya. All right, next up, the one and only Tanya. Tanya, you're throwing me off now. Now you have a vibe between. It's almost like Miami Beach, part New York, like where it's like you're getting ready to go to Miami Beach from New York. I don't know where are we with this right now. Where is Tanya going to be living? New York or Miami? I'm really not sure. But it's great to have you here this morning, Tanya. Going to be a busy day. Yesterday was quite the day. I saw on your stream you caught that long too. I went back and looked at it later. Nice trade. So yeah, how are you doing this morning? And what are your thoughts? Let's maybe we get right into the charts today. We got Tanya on mute.
I'm sorry, I
We'll
always
get her.
forget. I'm sorry. But yeah, so it's funny that you should mention I am wearing a Pura Vida Miami shirt that I got in Miami, so that's why. But yeah,
That's why. See, I
quite
sensed it.
quite the dip below there Friday's low and then reclaim, and it made for a good long, really good long. And now we're really close to that buy side target that I had marked out for NASDAQ. So pretty good there. I think I was happy to see a lot of people caught those longs there, that where we broke here into this liquidity pool on the 4-hour. And then we had a 5-minute market structure shift back up to the upside. We just really kept pumping. We're not quite there to the buy side yet, that level I had marked out from the April 2nd high. But that is my target for the buy side. So we'll see if we end up here on the 4-hour. Yeah, it looks like we could end up just dropping a bit back down into below the previous 4-hour low. And then we'll see if we can get a move back up towards that high. I would want momentum to remain. So let's see here on ES, pretty much same idea that happened. Yeah, we came back below Friday's low, and had that really nice shift back up right here. It was like a nice V-shape recovery that some people like to say, or right here, 15-minute inversion. So we just closed back above that bearish SIBI. And although ES took a while longer to get back up to above 930, it's 930 open, 930 high. Like NASDAQ certainly did move a lot quicker back up. You can see here it took 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 15-minute handlebars there, while NASDAQ took 3 to get back up. So NASDAQ is certainly stronger, and it's also closer to its buy side target that I had marked out, that April 2nd high, than the S&P 500 is. So pretty nice here. I mean, I was talking to my stream about that. I was like, okay, well, we caught this 1-minute market maker buy model. Now I was saying, like, in the afternoon, you could see if it continues on the 5-minute. And it pretty much did. Back to the upside. We kept breaking these swing highs with imbalances to the upside. And, you know, basically here, the time, like, to me, price and time is fractal. So, you know, what we're seeing today is kind of similar to this in the 5-minute yesterday. We're seeing today on like the 4-hour. We're getting close to this buy side liquidity right here, right at that daily April 2nd high. Let's go back to the daily there. So I have that cleanly showing there. Yeah, right here, this April 2nd high. And then on the 4-hour, as I was talking about earlier, we're really close to it, but we do have these imbalances. We broke these swing highs, and we can retrace a bit. I mean, I wouldn't think that today that I wouldn't really, if I would think that the momentum holds, and then we're so close to this buy side target. That being said, we could maybe potentially build up like an equal high there to hit it maybe during NFP tomorrow. I'll be kind of careful today. I don't really love trading the day before NFP. Sometimes it could just build up liquidity. So, you know, it could retrace down into these 4-hour imbalances to the upside, that we created. It was such like a huge move yesterday. So that's what I'm thinking is like we could retrace down into at least this one or below the previous 4-hour low. If it wants to keep that momentum, it doesn't really, it can just retrace a tiny bit and then take out the previous 4-hour low. That would be like London low. And if we look at session lows, and then we could reclaim and go back higher, it's potential. Or if we have like a divergence between ES and NASDAQ, where one of them takes it out and the other doesn't. ES is pretty close to its London low there. So yeah, I would look for more momentum to the upside today. I think that it's pretty likely that my buy side target's going to get hit, kind of like yesterday where I said, we're pretty close now to that Friday low. I think that would get hit at the open, and that's pretty much what happened in the first 15 or 30 minutes of the day. And then we had that nice reversal. So yeah, I want to see that. And if we hit that buy side first, that target, then perhaps there is a reversal back down into this imbalance area. I would have to wait and see, because that is my really higher time frame target. It's like a daily high, buy side liquidity high. I would like to see, just kind of wait a bit after that to see if price would have a reversal there, or if we're going to build up more consolidation around that area for the next move after that. But that's essentially what I'm looking at today. Is, which side will get hit first? But you can see ES on the daily. We are way below. We're not even close to that April 2nd high. It's very interesting to me. While NASDAQ is really close to it. So if I were to long today, I would go with the NASDAQ. I'm more bullish. Then we'll see what happens. I mean, we have more upside here too. We could go for this daily fair value gap up here to 20,000, like 190s area. That's certainly possible as well. So I'd want to see either we pause now right before it, which is not out of the scope, day before NFP, for it to build more liquidity maybe later, and it will retrace back down into that 4-hour area. I would just then wait for some more bullish shifts to go for that target later or tomorrow. Or we hit that, we reject back down into here before going back up there, or it all depends on how we react at these different levels. Or if we just continue really a lot strong, with a lot of strength above that April 2nd high, we could continue up to this 20,180 area. So we'll see how we open, how we hold the 9:30 open, how we hold 15-minute structure and other things. But that's sort of my idea for today.
Yeah, so a few takeaways. One, leaning a touch more bullish you are this morning. Chat, also continue to vote. We see the votes coming in. 53% bullish, Tanya, 27% bearish, 21% neutral. And so bullish by, twice as much as bearish or neutral. And also, again, a key point, I talk with you about this a lot. And I love this about what you do. When you do scenarios in the morning, you look at which market is the stronger one or the weaker one. And if you're leaning a touch more bullish, you tend to trade, you don't tend to, you trade the one that is more, that is stronger. Buying the strong versus selling the strong to catch up to the weak, or buying the weak to catch up to the strong. I think it's such an important point, Tanya, that you do. It's subtly in your preparation every day, but it's such an important point for so many traders out there that are trading NASDAQ and S&P, or even Russell and Dow. A lot of times you see the mistake of being made of buying the weak one to catch up to the strong one, because they think the tape is going to, catch up and all the indexes are going to work together. But over time, and without a doubt, in my career, I have seen you always want to be long the strong or short the weak, because that catch up, although it does work sometimes, is always an uphill battle. So maybe just touch base on that a little bit. We've only got a minute and a half left anyway, and maybe some closing thoughts before we let you go for today.
Yeah, and like you could kind of see that here yesterday during yesterday's reversal here on the S&P 500 versus the NASDAQ. You can see that sure it would have worked out if you longed the S&P 500, but it would have been an uphill battle. It took twice as long for it to get to this 930 high that it did for the NASDAQ. Like when the NASDAQ hit it already, it was still S&P was kind of making this little swing high, retracing, and just a lot of gyration for another like 20 minutes before it ended up coming back above there. And it'll just have deeper retracements and a longer wait time where if you're an intraday trader, you gotta have patience, but also if you see the other asset hitting your targets, you get pretty frustrated, or maybe, sometimes like if it's the end of a trend, it won't even work out to your targets because that's where those divergences happen, right? That we talk about sometimes where one asset will hit a swing high and the other won't. And that's why it's always easier. It's just an easier trade. And we like to go for the easier trades where you're in less drawdown, you're more of like a free thinking, like a chiller trade, basically. So that's why I think it's important to look at structure between the two of them and kind of relate to see which one is weaker. I'm always looking at the structure before I'm even in a trade, of course. And in the morning to see maybe one of them picked up speed. Maybe there is a little bit of a rotation going on. And oftentimes, I mean, that's why people like to trade the NASDAQ. It's typically because it moves faster and has more violent moves. Typically, it is the stronger one or the weaker one in those senses, but sometimes it's not. So, yeah, that's basically the idea behind that. And today I'm coming in with like the framework that it is the day before NFP. So gonna just be a little bit more careful because I don't really love these days. I mean, today could be a generating liquidity day where we pause right before a buy side liquidity target, which we kind of did here pre-market. We paused right before my target, so we could be just creating more equal highs and lows today. I'll be watching whether or not we have big moves at the open, or whether if the first 30 minutes are kind of quiet, then I'll be careful. Yeah.
Yeah. And also first day of the month, could see some flows coming into the market. Will be interesting to see how that pans out after, especially coming off earnings yesterday. We got earnings on the close today and tomorrow NFP. Tanya, it's great to get your insight. As usual, everybody, we do this Monday through Thursday from 9 to 9:15. And on Mondays, Tanya streams from 9 to 11. We love having Tanya in here. I know you do as well. Everybody, hit the like button for Tanya. Please like and subscribe and hit that notification so you never miss a moment of NT Live. Tanya, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend. Get some rest. I know you've been traveling a lot, and we look forward to seeing you back on Monday.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Good trading, everybody.
All right. Next up, we got my man. I tell you what, I say this every week. The hair just keeps getting better, my brother. I see it's growing. It's morphing more and more into it. I've noticed it was a little bit more on the angled, the way it was coming up. You had a little bit more of the flow, and it's slowly but surely getting straight on like mine. I've noticed this. I think that you're coming on the live streaming, you're really hitting that blow dryer and doing a full back. Eventually, it's going to be straight back. I got this feeling it's coming, but you're looking good. And you see people in the stream saying that you've become some of their one of their favorite streamers that we have on here. Looking forward to your show every week as I do on Thursdays. So great to have you here. How you doing?
Kelly, I'm good. Look, you're an inspiration not only in trading but in the hair world. Okay, so every day is one step closer to perfection with the hair.
That's right, my brother. And well, I'll tell you what, man, your trading has been great, and having you on a day like today, you've had some tough days. I got to tell you, you're coming in a lot of times. Well, you're always coming in before the unemployment day. You're coming in at the tail end of the week. A lot has happened. A lot of the data so far this week and a lot of the weeks. You come in today, and we're in between a big earnings report from yesterday, end of the month yesterday, first day of the month today, which I think creates some things that can move the tape a little bit more in terms of volume. Doesn't necessarily mean it changes anything from a strategy perspective, but it creates an element, we'll call it. What's your initial thoughts and mindset coming into today? It is, May 1st. And after everything we've seen the rest of the week, this past week, or past few days, I should say, and what's ahead of us?
Yeah, so I've been pretty bullish for the last 2 weeks. We've sort of been moving in alignment with that plan. It is a little bit more difficult for traders, even myself, to sort of come into a gap open and see, hey, what is the market going to look like? Do we chop around for the first half hour, or do we go straight up and continue this pretty strong daily reversal that we've seen? So it's difficult. What I like to do is sort of focus more on the immediate structure, the overnight structure, to help me define a sort of bull bear scenario. Meaning if we're in a range over the last few hours overnight, and if we can mark a mid zone in the overnight session, that could sort of be my bull bear line. If we can hold above it, then we can say, okay, in the most immediate term, we are going to continue higher if we're obviously holding above it. If we fail, then we can push lower. For example, in NQ, this level here, the bull bear area that I have in mind here is this 930 area. You can see that we were finding resistance yesterday afternoon. We were sort of moving sideways, and then we were able to get above it, and we sort of drifted back up. This morning, we have back tested that, and my entry setup, it sort of triggered, and so I got long, and I'm simply doing a reversal of support from the overnight session. If that were to fail, then I know in the most immediate term, even though we're opening at a gap up, sellers are sort of in control in that moment, and I want to align with that and look for maybe a little bit of a deeper pullback to then set up another bullish reversal. But I think if we put a little bit more focus in the overnight session, that can really help us stay prepared for the first 30-hour, hour and a half session going into that open. What do you think?
Yeah, so as everyone you could see, Chris is already long. He's got the micro NASDAQ position on. Charts are super clean, my brother, too, and looking real easy to see here. I know that we've continually worked with everybody on NinjaTrader Live to get the charts looking real clean. I can see that clear as a bell. What I'd like for you to do now before, I hop off, actually, we're only 8 minutes out to the open. We kind of bled into it a little bit today. I'll stay with you, but I'd like for you to do one of the things I do that I like that you do, and I think it's so important as you do your draw. I know you're in the middle of a trade. I know at some point you're going to go over your scenarios, and whether you do or not right now because you are in a trade, I think it's something that everyone takes note in. And because the way that you do it, I think your preparation gets so instilled in you. I think that's why you have such a calm presence, and you're so patient, and you're so disciplined in your execution. I think it really comes out when we get into the live markets, until you're ready to trade, because of the way you do your plan. I don't know if you plan on doing that exactly this morning, but maybe just touch base a little bit on it and why you do it before we hear that bell.
So planning is really a way to visualize yourself where you will look to execute based on the areas that matter. I apply both a directional and a mean reversion model or setup, whatever you want to call it. And so if we're in an uptrend, my main idea is to buy pullbacks. Where do I need to buy those pullbacks? What is the price action in those areas? Some look at a volume profile, some look at ordered flow, some look at Fibonacci or Bollinger Bands. Whatever it is, we have those requirements that have sort of worked in the past, and our studies have shown that. And over time, if we can identify those areas and then create a plan around those areas, where in a mean reversion strategy, those areas will tend to have the highest probability for that edge to work. So in planning that in the pre-market, I am then visualizing myself. If we sort of get into this whole manifesting thing, I'm visualizing myself executing there via my entry rules, right? So I wait for that location to for price action to enter that location. And then based on my rules of engagement, I look to engage in the mean reversion of that move. In doing that over time, I am able to then show up during the market hours and execute if my rules of engagement set up, if my entries are there. If not, and if price bounces into it or moves lower into it and then it bounces, but I had no entry requirements met, it is what it is. I'm going to miss that trade, but knowing that I planned it and the review after that can help me tremendously over time, over and over again.
Yeah, I love that. And I look forward to it each and every week. I'm going to let you go. Have a wonderful weekend. Traders out there, show Chris some love. Hit that like button. Let's get more people in here to watch my boy Chris trade, who really every week just really puts on a clinic when it comes to execution. And I said this the other day with Merritt, and I didn't say it with all the traders this week, and I really should start saying it with all of them. Watch how you guys execute. That's so important out there. I know so many people get so fixated on Chris's long. They look at entries. They want to see, people want to see, they want to see money. They want to see, entries, and they want to see, kind of, I don't want to say the glam of it, but there's a real art to execution. How you manage a position, how you plan to get into position, manage it post entry, how you're working your positions to get out. That is really where I've seen success in my career is becoming the best executor I can of my strategy. So keep an eye on Chris and what he does throughout the day. You're the best, my brother. I wish you a great trading day, and I will see you next week.
Likewise, Deli. Take care. Enjoy your weekend. All right, guys. The open is in 5 minutes. I'll quickly touch on my planning for today. I'll share this 4-hour just to show a little bit of the larger time frame structure. We were in a 2-day consolidation. We attempted to break lower. I don't know if you guys saw my tweets, my post. I kept saying that we were seeing a 4-hour wedge filled breakout right about here. And if we confirmed the failed breakout, right, this was not a box before, but it was sort of like a wedge. If we, for both ES and NQ, if we confirmed the failed breakout, we would get a push lower into the 50 EMA on the 4-hour, which is the daily 9 MA, because we were sort of looking for a higher low on the daily. And so we got that. We had a huge reversal. Price traversed all the way across this prior range. And then due to earnings, we just broke out higher. So now we're in a new 4-hour 9 MA uptrend. And my objective in these scenarios are to look for pullbacks to buy. I can look for a short, and I have gotten shorts in this sort of area before, but there's always a question of, can the short produce the same as a potential long if we're in an uptrend, right? If we're in an uptrend, I want to align myself for that. So I sort of have these ideas here where I want to look for a pullback. Ideally, the main zone is this backtest of this range in ES, and same for NQ. But you can see that whole area from 650 to 700 is support. 5580 to 5600 is support in ES. If that fails and we're failed to reclaim 5600 or failed to reclaim 700 in NQ, then I can sort of align with that larger time frame structure and look to short. I know at that moment that if we fail that 4-hour breakout, there's a higher probability of downtrends to generate much more than uptrends, right? At the moment, uptrends have that upper edge. So if that's my overall structure on the 4-hour, then on the hourly, we have 2 minutes here. Price is just, dancing around here. I'm hoping, before I go into the hourly plan, I'm hoping that price can hold this low here. If not, I'll get stopped out. I did take partials already into this first initial push right here. So I closed half there to pay for my risk, and now I can sit in this trade pretty comfortably. And we'll just see what happens, right? This was to go over that earlier structure. This was a perfect back test of that overnight consolidation. And you can see here, if I move this a little bit, we were sort of dancing around this. It was resistance, support, resistance, support. We eventually broke it, back tested it, and then the break of this sort of wedge here is what triggered that push up higher. So this is the first back test, and I usually look for divergences either in delta or RSI, and you can see here on the 5-minute that we made a second lower low with a higher low in RSI. So those are some of my requirements that I'm looking for a reversal. And what I ended up doing here is I went to the 2-minute and I took a reversal entry when the 9MA trend sort of changed. So you can see we reclaimed the 9MA, we put in the lower high in this lower low, lower high structure, and then we reversed back up. So my rules were met. I was able, oh, ES is a little bit stronger. Look at ES. Okay, we'll have to see how the open goes. Let's wait for the open first, and then I can touch on my plan for today. But as you can imagine, maybe sideways to higher if we can hold support. Let's see if we can hold the open and push up a little bit higher. If not, we'll get stopped out on the other half, and that's fine. So we can hold this gap. We can sort of push, do a little bit sideways to higher. ES is a little bit stronger, but let's see. I don't really want to join short unless we can find acceptance into this 930 area or in ES below this 5643 zone. So at the moment, it's just a little bit of wait and see. Leo, GM, morning. How are you guys? Any trades already? All right, so it looks like I will get stopped out here as price sort of figures itself out after this gap up. If so, I'm gonna have to wait for structure to tell me what it wants to do, right? Because even though I can get stopped out here, all right, so I got stopped out on the other half. And I can't get short unless we form acceptance. So again, I brought up I need rules of engagement. And in order for me to take a directional short, which is counter trend versus the overnight action, I would need to have something like, and I've shared it before in my streams, I need to have some sort of consolidation here that can confirm acceptance of this zone and then a push lower. Look at that. So it might have just wanted to stop me out. Not just me, of course, but we'll see what this turns into. Elijah, what's going on, brother? Yeah, we're testing London flow again. I am interested in prior day high, which is around 880 in NQ, and in ES that is 5626. There is some support between 5618, sort of in this area. I would highlight this as the next area of support. And then for NQ, 850s to 880s. All right, but let's see what we can get. So what ES needs to do is be able to reclaim this 43. If not, we're going to push down a little bit lower into the prior day high area here. Same for NQ. If it can really get above this 56, or sorry, 930 area, then we're sort of okay and can push back up. If not, we will come back lower. Yeah, ES is weaker now. Let's see how individual stocks are doing. So ES is weaker. I'm seeing cyclicals a little bit weaker. Tech, of course, due to Meta and Microsoft. So at this moment, not much for me to do. I need to wait for my structure to form here. And so it's, you know, that's one of the things that has helped me the most is waiting for my system or my setup to form in order for me to execute. If it's not there, then I will miss a trade. And I do so I can avoid trading price action that has not confirmed either, or price action that either has not confirmed a sort of bullish or bearish setup, or price action that does not let me manage risk in the way that I know I can over 100,000 trades. So as price figures itself out, I'll go ahead and touch on my trade plan for today. Let's see. I'll keep an eye on another monitor, but so you can see we had this hourly 9 push higher. That trend is sort of ending and we're coming in to test London low and possibly prior day high. So my main scenario one here is that we hold, we maybe put in a failed breakdown below London low and then push up back higher to this 56.68, 56.73 area. If we fail to hold here, then I'm still open to the idea of one more low deeper into this 2050 EMA cloud, which is this 56.18 to 56.25 area. And that would be sort of the 4-hour 9 EMA higher low, and then for a pushback higher. But we will need to reclaim 56.43 in order to see that push higher for NQ. If we can hold this London low, 900 area, push back up higher into 20.084, maybe 100. If we fail to hold here, can push still a little bit lower into 855 area, test this 2050 EMA cloud, and then push up higher where we would then have to reclaim this 930 zone. If we fail and we sort of chop around, create some sort of hourly wedge here below 930, then I will be looking for a push lower. Of course, that's the last scenario in mind. And I don't really think we'll get that because we do have more earnings today. So I'm thinking it's either a sideways to maybe up market, unless we truly find confirmation that we're breaking below these sort of the air support below, right? So from a level perspective, it's the London low. From a trending perspective, I would say this 2050 EMA cloud is what has to hold. I'll look to see if NQ puts in another failed breakdown here. ES is super strong. So what we need here, ES is sort of leading the move higher. Not necessarily higher, but it's stronger at the moment. NQ is sort of negotiating here at this 930 area. And either we are sort of seeing a open fill breakdown attempt and then push higher. If not, we're going to drift lower and go for prior day high in both. Looks like it does want it, guys. So let's see how it reacts into the lows here of the overnight session. Look at that difference in delta between ES and NQ. All right, NQ leading the move lower. We'll go ahead and cancel this. I was looking for another reversal attempt off that zone, but if we're not going to get it, then I'm going to be patient here. So there's a little bit of a divergence here between ES and NQ. NQ has made a new low. ES is still holding higher. Let's see what we do here into this prior day high area. So I would say 850 to 885, 870, no, 880. $19,570. I mean, that's below that breakout that we had yesterday. 600 to 650 is that breakout from yesterday. So 570, sure, we can get it. ISM at 845. All right. While we're waiting for this price action, guys, let's hit that like button for Ninja. By the way, you guys saw the lineup that we're getting on a daily basis? We have some real experts coming on, guys. It's a really fantastic network. They deserve all the likes. Yeah, Jeff. SPY holding. Why look at SPY and Qs as well to have sort of a fast look at the RTH session, but SPY's holding sideways since the open. Pretty much this. NQ a little bit lower, but looking to see if we can have some buying step in. Remove this. Hmm. I just have to be patient here. Not much happening. First 15 minutes. ES is in a range. NQ is drifting a little bit lower. To wait and see. Hey, Patty. It's a wait and see morning for me after that reversal attempt. Obviously, it failed, right? It tried to reverse, failed, and now it's attempting to break down. But due to the overall day and environment, you know, during these earnings sessions that we're waiting for earnings, I sort of keep in mind that we're in a little bit more of a mean reversion environment because of the anticipation of waiting. All right, we may see some sort of bounce here. Let's see how the 2-minute lower high looks. Oh, we have news in a minute here. Yes, it's forming a wedge. That's a good structure that I look for. Now, let's see if we can get the news out of the way here in 7 seconds. I mean, Delta and ES just higher. I'm gonna look to participate in ES if we push up higher. Let's see if ES can really break above here. We're sort of just a little bit sideways since the open, not much happening. If we push out higher, I do want in. I'm gonna do let's see, my stop is a little bit for my entry is a little bit. So I'm gonna do this. I want less size so my stop can be right where the pattern. All right, let's see if we can push back out. So we might see a failed breakdown. At the moment, we're still a little bit sideways. NQ leading. Let's see if we can push out back to London's high. 56.62. I'll look to sell some into London's high if we get it, which is 62. Need to get over this little wick here. That is there's a 5-minute fair value gap right there into that area in ES. If we can break through it, that would be great. We need a push. We need a big push. All right, so you can see that my trades have been in alignment with my plan. So even, you know, if the first trade was a scratch, I took half off on that initial push in NQ, and then the rest got stopped out. So it's a scratch trade for me. And then the second trade idea here is the same thing, is potentially looking at continuation higher, because we don't have confirmation that this overnight support, you know, if you want to call it London low, overnight lows, we haven't really broken below. And so I don't want to position myself for a short until we can do that. And I'm okay with getting stopped out. But if it's a little bit of a choppy day, then it's not going to work, right? We're just going to be moving sideways. But my go-to approach on days like these, especially in a daily 90-MA uptrend, are to look for pullbacks into London's low, into that overnight low, as buying opportunities, right? As long as my requirements are met. And with Delta pushing like this, I have to use that to participate. But then the question comes, okay, we've seen a pretty big gap up. Not only that, we were already in the last 30 minutes before the market closed, we were sort of moving straight up higher. So that adds a little bit of more friction as well as we gap up already at these highs. So usually what that can mean is a little bit more sideways. So we're attempting to break above this 6:30 open, 6:30 my time. And ideally what I would like to see now is if we can push up higher is to revisit London's high. But we'll see. Now, I know we all have our, while I wait for that, we have 9 minutes for 10 o'clock news. Let's sort of, again, bring back this trade plan. Look, my trades this morning have been in alignment with my trade plan. Like I was sharing before, oh, look at that. ES is moving. Let's get to London's high and take me out. Or you know what? I might take partials prior just because of that news. But let's see how it looks here. Okay, so let me go back to that. That is, where's 1R on that trade? So 1R is a little bit above. Until we can get to London's high. But going back to this, I'll, keep that in mind that we're sort of moving higher. Hopefully we can get to London's high before the open, not the open, before the 10 o'clock news. So I'll bring this back up. Look, I need to position myself to buy pullbacks into support in an uptrend, especially in a 4-hour, when we're in a daily 4-hour and hourly uptrend. Right, so my scenarios allow me to visualize, hey, where's the first pullback? Where's the first support? Where's the second support? At what point do we invalidate this thesis? And do we then look for a counter move back lower, right? Where the trend then truly is valid, the change is truly validated to now to lower prices. If we're not able to do that, then we can push up higher. And right, so I talk a lot about on environment, trend, and setup. What's the environment? What's going on with the news? What's going on with the market right now at the moment? Yeah, we were seeing a very bearish April. We had a huge turnaround. We hit some major support, and we've seen a weekly reversal, right? So that's the environment. Negative news have sort of been muted now in price action, where thanks, Tracy, where a lot of the negative news that we've sort of seen from on the tariff talk has been a little bit muted, and that's bullish structure. Then from a trend perspective, what is the daily, the 4-hour, and the hourly trend? Via my trend sequence that I follow of specific higher highs, higher lows. I won't get into that here, but that's a whole different class. And then when let's see, 655. When the trend is there, then I look for my setup, my entry model. Are my requirements met? What can price then do? So I'm looking here before I continue a higher high, higher low structure to push back up. If we don't get that, I might close it here just because I'm looking for a new uptrend from this wedge. So let's see how this potential higher low is here around break even, around my entry. If we can hold and create a higher low, higher high, higher low, if we can hold here, then we can push up. If not, we're going to push back down, and we're sort of in this choppy range, right? Which for some reason the market loves me when I stream, and for us to get a choppy open. But no worries. Okay, so we have our 9MA, our 2-minute 9MA higher low here. And now what I'm looking for is for this area to hold. If not, I will possibly get out. It's we have 4 minutes, because so far the market's not doing anything. We're just sort of moving in a micro range sideways, right? So I don't want to overstay my welcome. We couldn't really close the 5-minute fair value gap in ES. It was so close. NQ couldn't even reach it. So at the moment, it's just a little bit of chop. If this fails, I'm going to look to close it for a tiny loss, 3-point stop, 4-point stop, which is half R. And then I'm just going to wait it out just because market's not really doing much. Looks like I will get stopped out for half R. Okay, so we couldn't really create an uptrend out of this to continue the potential failed breakdown. So then my way of managing risk on an idea like that is that we need to create a higher high, higher low, and continue higher. If we're not able to do that, then since I'm essentially a trend follower across many timeframes, I need to exit my trade with minimal downside. And the NASDAQ has just, I mean, both ES and NQ have been in a range here for the last, since the open, really, almost 30 minutes. Where do you typically set your first target to the break-even point so you have a free trade? When I'm able to take partials into around 1.5 R. 1.5 R to 2 Rs where I'm looking to take partials. And if I'm able to do that and get out half, therefore I've not only financed my risk, but if that other half gets stopped out at -1 R, well, you can do the math here, right? Half off at 1.5 R, the other half at 1 R, I have a net profit of half R, even if the trade didn't work out, even if the expected move that I had in mind, R stands for risk. So what am I risking in the trade, right? How many points, how many dollars? So if I'm risking $1,000, I'm looking to take half off at $1,500 to $2,000. So I can finance my risk, and then I can also have a small, tiny net profit if the other half gets stopped out. And in doing so, I can sort of have three outcomes with my trades. Big profitable trade, I get stopped out for -1R. And then the third one, which is what we didn't see here, but is when I take half at 1.5R or 2R, and then the other half gets stopped out for a small profit. So it's big win, small win, or -1R loss. In doing so, I'm able to sort of have a more sustainable trend in my P&L. And it's better for the mental side of things, the emotional side of things. This really matters. I learned over time that this really matters when, all right, so we're seeing news here hit, a little bit of erratic action. Just a big old range today. Glad I got out when this failed, right? This new uptrend failed here. When the higher low failed, it did not manifest in higher price action, because I would have been stopped out for a full -1R. So that was one way for me to manage risk, right? Not only am I managing risk with my position sizing, where I'm putting my stop, but also the trend that is to possibly come out of the breakout. Like I was saying, this matters as you increase size, at least for me, right? I know there's others who trade size and look at it different, but when you're trading larger to larger size, I myself have to be more systematic. So NQ moved down into prior day high and this 857 zone here that you see, this gray area. So this was that main sort of area of support below London's low to see if we could hold. As we've seen this so far this morning, ES has been the stronger one, and it's not even down into its prior day high here in this box. So let's see what cyclicals are doing. Yeah, equal weighted ETF, stronger. Some cyclical ETFs are stronger, which is why we're seeing this strength in ES. Hey, Tracy. TR, crowd, IGB.
What?
Share the news with us. What the 10 o'clock news? No. Just kidding. April Fools. That was an April Fools, guys. Get with it. Where's my data from? NinjaTrader. So sideways, the news came in. Slow, choppy morning. I executed where I needed to. Nothing came out of that. We continue to be range bound. So it's just patience for me. NQ came down into prior day high. ES, not exactly, a little bit higher, but maybe we do set up again a potential bounce. But at this point, because we've sort of been a little bit more choppy sideways, I'm going to be a little bit more patient here. The market might just need time, right? So on the hourly and NQ and ES, we both did come down into that hourly 20 EMA cloud. And that's really where I liked for support to step in, and we're seeing that. But structure-wise, it sort of tells me that we need to wait a little bit longer here. May Fools. May 1st Fools. Yeah. All right. Just not much to do here, guys. What's going on with your guys? What's going on in your life? Talk to me. Just range-bound action here. Structure-wise, so here's a question. Structure-wise, you mean confirmation of lows? No. Structure-wise, meaning there's more clarity around this range action where some sort of requirements are being met, and you have more confirmation that we really want to reverse. I like this NQ. We continue to hold here. I might try ES again. If NQ can come back down a bit, see where the 5-minute is. It's just a little bit choppy at the moment. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time and be patient. If ES can sort of do something like this, higher high, higher low, and then hold, then I'm interested in a long. But at the moment, we remain range bound. So what NQ can turn into is a failed breakdown here as a test prior day high. I do like it. I do like it. Let's see where the 5-minute is. We're seeing a 5-minute reversal. This is 90 points. I don't want to risk 90 points. Let's see if we can hold here in ES. If we can do something like this, I do like that. You know, I trade NQ mostly, but NES has been a leader today. So if we can do something like this, higher low, and then push up higher, then I like that. You can see that the EMA cloud is starting to possibly flip here. My RSI setting is a 5. And it's a 5 because it tracks the immediate trend better than I think the classic is 14. Sideway day, streamer boy mode on. I need to manifest my streamer boy Leo. No higher low here in ES, guys. So if there's no higher low, there's no 2-minute trend structure telling me that it wants to lift up higher. So if not, then there's no reason for me to really engage. ES, look at this 5-minute in ES. Look at this thing. Got a megaphone here. NQ can't really get over this 930s. ES is struggling here. I have the toughest market conditions. Yeah, it's Thursdays love me. Just chopping around. You guys trading? What are you guys in? We just got to wait it out. It's been now since the open, really 40 minutes of sideways. Short bias to 5,600. You know, that's the downside scenario I have in mind, but we're just stuck here. NQ is drifting a little bit lower, but still stuck here in this range. Long ES at 43, stop at 31. I like it. I like it, but I need a little bit better structure here for my requirements to be met. Your shorts will probably rip higher. We're just holding here. I track SPY. Check out what SPY is doing. Nothing. Sideways since the open. What we need to see is a little bit break out of this range here. Guys, I know we can get those likes up. So, you know, for the downside idea, I would need to see some acceptance down here at these lows. I just can't get short here. Like nothing is telling me on the hourly to get short. All we've done is come down into trend support. But NQ, it looks like it is breaking here. It wants to sort of maybe drift lower. Let's see if we can. I am interested in on the downside, but it will need to sort of find something like this, a push lower, bounce into 43, find rejection, create a lower high, and then in that rejection push back down, then I can look for an entry, right? But I can't sort of enter somewhere here in the middle, and I need a way to manage risk via the trend on this 2-minute, which is if it's to the downside, I need a lower low, lower high, right? I need confirmation that we're going to reject this 43 after back testing it in order for me to participate to the downside. If we don't have that and we sort of just have a straight breakdown lower, then I'm going to miss a short, and my rules, right? My rules of engagement weren't met. Neutral day, easy to get chopped. Yeah. I mean, tech and software is seeing sort of like a flat to down day. So tech is a little bit heavy to the downside. Cyclicals are supporting ES. And what does that create? A sideways market, right? But ES looks more constructive to the upside. I'm interested in participating in that more. But we just have to wait it out. We have a delta divergence in NQ. Yes, NQ made a new low. Price did not. That's something worth considering. I look at things like that, but now when it's sort of range bound like this. We keep holding those, so I keep thinking sideways to higher, right? There's no confirmation of us breaking lower. We keep holding support. I have to continue to think higher. Question: do you use anchored VWAP at all? I use session VWAP. 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 I use that. I don't have it on here at the moment, but it's coiled but choppy coil. Will resolve in 5 minutes or in an hour. You ain't wrong. Okay, if ES can, again, I'm looking for that high to higher low and then bounce. If we can do that, then I can then look to participate in a entry like this. An entry would be like this, and then my stop would be, actually, I can do something like this. An entry there on the reversal back up, and then my stop below the, you know, if you want to call it sort of like a swing low or a higher low, I see it as a higher low, then that's my sort of trade idea. If we don't get that, and if we just shoot straight up, no trade for me. Sort of like guessing. I'm guessing when the breakout is going to happen, and I can't guess. Not a sustainable approach. I really like ES for higher, though. I am looking to participate in that if we can break out. And I'll be looking for London's high. All right, let's see if we can create a higher low here. Right, so you guys get the idea here. I'll leave it here. What does VWAP mean for an Italian? Why would I get whacked? Why would I get V-whacked? So look, going back, Kenny, going back to your delta divergence in NQ, look at that. You see how we're sort of drifting back up? That was a good indicator of a, oh wait, I like this. I think this might break out here. And we have our higher low, very small higher low, but I will consider this. I will put my stop under this sort of higher low here. And let's see if we can get the breakout. We had a tiny higher low. I'm being a little bit aggressive. This was a higher low here. All right, we're coming into for that official or not official. Okay, where is this? Let's see if it gets bought up. 15-minute looks great. The 10-minute looks great. Let's see if we have our just not much happening. Might close it and wait for the higher low. It's a little bit aggressive. Let's see. It's now I'll take a stop here. Let's see if higher low is supported here. A little bit of better action here now. So we need this to hold. Can we push out? Not holding my breath for this. Tiny stop. Come on. We can't chew through that supply. We're trying to chew through that supply. We need some volume to step in right here. Okay, so we have our higher low, and we are confirming that. So you see here, let me redraw this. So we had a push up higher, pull back to the 9 MA, this yellow moving average to create a higher low, and then a new higher high. So by definition, that is an uptrend on this time frame. So similar to my comments earlier, I wanted to look for a pullback to buy. I did. My entry was a little bit early based on this individual candle pullback. So now we are looking to see if we can push up higher into take out London's high and then 56.68 zone. So if my stop is there and my stop is here, 1.5R will be here at 61.75, which is right around London's high. So I'm going to follow the trend here, and I'm going to look to see if we can push up higher. We need to close this 5-minute fair value gap. I will take some off at 56.62. I'm going to pay myself at 62.50. It's at 1R from entry. My first partial is between 1.6 and 2R, which is right around London's high. I don't know if that's too noisy for you guys, but it's the best I can do to put up a Fibonacci extension. So we're moving up into London's high now. Let's see if it can take me out into that push. You already took partials. What was your entry, Faina? Probably somewhere down below like 40. Yeah, cool. Good entry. I had no entry there. Good candle on the 5-minute here. Strong candle, finally above this prior range. Now we need to see if we can hold and push up higher. Is London's high the last 4-hour candle? Good question. It is. So we'll just let this play out. How do I make this bigger for you guys? I'm just gonna let that play out. See what's going on with my swings. Take me out. Stowe. What's up? What's up? We closed that fair value gap. Faina, 56.40 was your entry. Great entry. I had no entry there. Choppy range so far. So you in long as well? An NQ maybe? I mean, knowing you probably bought somewhere down here, huh? I just had no entry there. Okay, half out there into London's high. So my trade is paid for. No risk left in the trade. Now, we picked up Iron Maiden album covers for Chris's chart backgrounds. I gotta see that Pharm. So I'm looking for 73 specifically on this next exit. So I'll look for here. Just because that is the RTH gap. But one thing I did want to touch on is when looking at these range bound action long at 913, that's awesome. Definitely an emotional battle in this range. I was a little bit more conservative just because I wanted to wait. But I wanted to touch on this structure here. When considering these these range-bound ranges that we hit, being a trend follower, what I'm looking for is for that first breakout attempt to come back, create a higher low, and then break out higher. If we can do that from a trend perspective, we have confirmation that we're creating a sequence of higher highs, higher lows, right? If we fail to create a higher low and bounce from, like it did here, and push back down, you see how we don't have confirmation of that new uptrend starting? But what happened here when I got long? We pushed out, we created a higher high, pulled back in, created a higher low, and bounced. That is a fact that we are now seeing a 2-minute uptrend. I use that as a requirement when looking to get long or short in a range. Because if I can manage my risk within that trend structure, I'm able to say, okay, I participated in the breakout attempt when the higher low was confirmed right here, right? And that way I can manage risk on a long idea. If that doesn't happen, then we're going to remain in chop, in range bound. So I want to wait. So if we can push up higher, I'll look to take more partials and then move my stop to break even. At the moment, I can't move my stop because we don't have another higher low, meaning we have a higher high, higher low. We're in the second higher high. So do we pull in and create a higher low here like it looks like we're forming? If so, then I can say, okay, I'm going to move my stop below that higher low, right? And I'm only want to be like that because of the type of the day that we're having. But my trade has already been paid for. And so there's really no stress at the moment. I just have to wait it out. But we might just be range bound, guys, and not much to do, right? Thanks, Jim. And that's all we have to do for trade our plan, right? It's what gives us confidence to execute, what allows us to have profitability. Can I talk about you might add or not add on a new higher low? I will only add when we are creating some sort of acceptance into resistance. Meaning, can we push up, higher high, higher low, and then sort of hold here above London's high, right? Let's say we get above London's high. Can we hold, confirm that sellers are not able to bring it back down, meaning we're sort of in a sideways structure up here? If so, then on the breakout of this acceptance slash box, my name is Trading Boxes, and I got into this trading world by trading these boxes. Eventually, I found out that inside the boxes there are wedges. So I trade both, but I'm mainly focused on wedges now, just like how you saw this prior long. But when you have this consolidation above London's high, which is we took it out and we're rejecting, so classic, right, to come back down. But if we can find this acceptance or consolidation above London's high, that is proving to me, how I view it, that sellers are not able to reject it and push it back down. If so, on the breakout, I will add to my long on this here, this breakout, in order to participate then in that next phase of the uptrend. If we don't get that, I can't add. I need acceptance, right? I'll just stay in this long as possible or until I get stopped out. Does that make sense, Mark? No worries. So you can see that we have some sort of divergence here. ES took out London's high. NQ not even close. So that, by definition, that's a divergence. And what we typically see in range-bound structures is one of these indices will take out London's high or London's low, reverse, and that's exactly what we're seeing. But I can't sort of front run that idea and say I'm going to close my whole trade there, because again, that's not part of my rules. If we were to sort of hold and push up higher, then I just close for no reason, right? No technical reason. So what I'm now looking for here is obviously this 9 MA higher high, higher low trend ended. We came down to the 9 MA, no bounce. So the next structure that follows in uptrends or in trends in general is we come down to the 2050 EMA cloud, and we create a bit of sideways here, sort of like a wedge. If we can do that, then we can set up the next breakout or breakdown, right? And I'll show you a template for that I do for education for my group to give you an idea of what that looks like. So I'm going to bring this over here to show this. You see how we are in a 9 EMA uptrend, and then it ended. We moved into the 20 EMA cloud. We sort of moved sideways, and then a new trend started. That's exactly the next structure that we are getting here at the moment. The uptrend ended. We've reverted back into the EMA cloud. Can price now ping pong to create a wedge here? And then if so, it will mean that we're finding acceptance above this prior consolidation, like this. Call it a flag, call it whatever you want, but this is the technical structure. And then from here, we can set up the breakout, continue higher, okay, into other targets, or we break down lower and we move into back into the range, right? But let's see how this plays out. Oh, look at that. We might not get a wedge. How do I determine range bound? That is a very good question. I think everybody has a different definition for it. One easy answer for me, range bound means when price is dancing around the 50 EMA. This red line here, that is the 50 EMA. When we are dancing around it, there is no trend. When we're above it and you see the 50 EMAs rising below it, that is an uptrend. So you sort of want to look for bullish setups higher. If we're trending lower, like this initial breakdown here, you can see that the 50 EMA is going downward and price action is going lower. Look at that move. Beautiful. Let's get to our next targets here. No consolidation, just straight up higher. So that's beautiful. Great for us, right? Let's see if we can get to my next target here at 73 to take more off. Yeah, guys, like it up. We have 700 in here. And we have 300 likes. We need at least 50%. We need 50% likes. Subscribe to the channel. It's growing, guys. It's at 126,000. That's a lot of profits, right? For us to make. NQ almost at London highs. So, you taking partials yet? Don, good question. Why do some people watch and not like? Let's like it up. Oh, look at that bounce, 347. Thanks, guys. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you. Let's show some love for Ninja, what they're doing. A huge production, huge network. You liked it? Thanks for liking it. I liked it. Some amazing people that they're bringing on. What are the time frames that I'm looking at? I am on the 2 minute. Yes, I came down to the 2 minute just because we were a little bit range bound. And I wanted to have a better understanding or more clarity on this higher, 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 low structure. And so it allowed me to have that entry better, right? And that's why I go to the 2-minute. If I was on the 5-minute, maybe I would have missed it. But that's the reason why I won't go to the 2-minute. I'm mostly on the 2-minute, I would say 75% of the time. When VIX is really low, I'm on the 5-minute. I just don't bother with the 2-minute. The 2-minute, I mean, what? You're going to have these micro stops, micro ranges on the 2-minute. Chuck, thanks. Excellent commentary and explanation of my strategy. Thank you. Let's see if we can go to this next target here that we have. And then if that gets hit at that moment, I'll move to break even. I'm the worst breakout trader on the planet. Struggle with the entries, even if I see it developing. Would get chopped up bad here if I'm taking a break out or break down. I hope you're on the other side. Rhino. What I would suggest is to create rules around the breakout for you to participate in. What do I mean by that? If you were watching the stream when I took this long, I shared how I wanted to look for a higher high, higher low, and then bounce to sort of tell me from a trend perspective that we were sort of starting this higher high, higher low structure, right? And we got that. But that was a small rule within the breakout area that I apply in order to help me have clarity that from a trend perspective, right, inside that breakout, we are creating a series of higher highs, higher lows. If you look at the prior break attempt, we created a higher high, higher low, failed to bounce, and pushed lower. No higher high, higher low came out of that, right? There was no higher high push, it didn't manifest. So by definition, it is a fact that we did not continue higher. What do we need to continue higher, guys? We need a sequence of higher highs, higher lows. If that's the case, I want to look for a higher low to come in into that breakout sort of resistance right here, reverse, and then push up higher. That will give me confidence that this wants to do a higher high, higher low, and breakout, right? Hopefully that helps you out a little bit. That's a rule that I have. So we are into the 68 zone. Typically, I look to take partials into R multiples or zones, but I do think we're going to hit the 73 area. You know what? Maybe I'll take 2 off here because NQ just took out their London's high. So I took 2 off there and I have 3 left. And I'll look for this here to, if we can push up into 79. And then this will get moved up to break even, a little bit above break even. And I'll just continue to participate in that. And then I do want to hold a runner here. So can I sell one here? Okay, there you go. Now, again, I would typically trade NQ, but ES was showing a little bit more strength for me, and I wanted to pay myself a little bit more. What indicator, John? Who was my influence or mentor that helped me develop my style? You know, my name is Trading Boxes, and I come from the swing trading world. And so Nicholas Darvas was a big influence in my trading. The idea of price consolidating and then breaking out to sort of trend. really aligned with me because it meant that I would let the market do the heavy lifting, right? I like the idea of participating in trends out of these boxes or ranges. So that's what started it. And that's why I'm heavily focused in trend structure, even in my trade plans that I shared in the morning commentary, even in how I executed this entry, the sequence that I'm then following, higher high, higher low, a deep higher low, but then a third higher high, right? Everything, it starts with the trends for me. And then I sort of created things, Darvas, DARVAS. And then Livermore. Jesse Livermore, again, from the swing trading world, not the futures world. Jesse Livermore made a tremendous amount of money, aggressive where it mattered. And I sort of combined that sort of approach of Nicholas Darvas box breakouts, Jesse Livermore aggressiveness, put those together, and you have me. Do I have VWAP on my chart? Not at the moment. Anything from this century. Listen, Jesse Livermore is a timeless educational piece, okay? It'll matter in 100 years from now. But specifically anything from this century, yes. You know what? If you want to approach a more systematic structure, like how I am, I wait for specific setups, I wait for specific entries, specific stops, specific position sizing. If you want to do that, there is a doctor by the name of Dr. Van Tharp, who has a math doctor, not that kind of doctor, not a kidney doctor for me, right? But Dr. Van Tharp is a systematic trading, just biggest sort of systematic trader that I could think of. He, from his books, and I did one of his workshops, it's what taught me how to systematize my approach, right? I'm very systematic with what I do. The entries, the location, the sizing, I'm risking 1.5%, maybe 2% of the trade consistently, right? So thinking in bets is good. But really, for a systematic process, guys, Dr. Van Tharp, he helped me put together everything. He created the rules. He helped me identify the rules and then execute them. If it comes back to the 9 EMA, would it be a good idea to add? Sure. I don't like that. I need a specific structure to add, right? So I can't, to me, adding in a normal pullback to the 9 EMA can be like a coin flip. Are you asking me that, Oscar, or somebody else? Pharm, Chris, cannot agree more. I thought reading that book was just some stupid rite of passage for new traders, but when you finally cracked it open, the dude was talking about, yeah. 100%. Let's see if we get that 73 close. Yeah, Oscar, I don't know if you're asking me that or who. Swings are moving, guys. Checking out my swings while this trade works out here. Yeah, my little brother. Yeah, he is trading. He's focusing on options at the moment. I mean, he killed it. He turned like $5,000 to 30 grand not too long ago. And sort of took him under my wing, and it's a learning process, right? He's still going through that cycle of not being disciplined enough. He made that money. He got a little bit emotional. He overtraded. It's normal, right? He's young. He's learning the game. But, I'm sort of teaching him to be that aggressive, like super aggressive side of me that that I don't know because of my background of learning that I needed to manage risk very tightly in the institutional world. So he's sort of taking over that for me, right? So I allocate a portion of the overall account to him in order for him to learn and make money. Turned 5 grand into 30 grand trading options with this trend approach. But he gave most of that back just because he overtraded. He didn't have a good understanding of trend structure, right? All these things that come up as you're learning. So it happens. But hopefully in the next 2 years, he's at a much better place than where I was at that age and that short of a learning curve. Let's like it up, guys. We're almost at 400. Let's get to 400. Fill me out at 73 so I can close some more. Let's see what my swings are doing, yeah? Very nice. Grinding higher, low VIX environment. It's just what we want to see. Ooh. Later, firm. Manuel, have a good one. Stowe, what are you looking for? What's your target here? I have 85 here as the next area of resistance in NQ. You got flat at overnight highs. Great exit. It looks like it's going to pull back in a bit. Oh, guys, so close, 399. Come on, we can get to 400. Somebody like it. Somebody that hasn't liked it, like it. Let's get to 400. There we go. $416. Arthur, thanks. You were 400. Yo, who just 16 of you just liked it out of nowhere? 422. Listen, we got to get to 500 now by the time Stowe gets on. $431. Like it up for Ninja. You were 217, Sonny. Like it up for Deli's hair. We need a stream only for Deli's hair. We need a lesson in, instead of a lesson in trading, we need a lesson in how to perfect our hair. That's a whole course right there, Deli. All right, so NQ starting to pull back a bit. It may mean that ES it comes down. I'm gonna close another one. All right, so I have 2 left. 20% of the trade. My stop is at break even. A little bit of, oh, I don't have my stop. Why don't I have a stop here? So I have a stop a little bit above break even. 80% of the trade was a winning trade. Now I can just let it figure itself out like somebody in college, right? When you go through that phase. I would say Paul. Paul is a good friend of ours from the group. Just got to figure yourself out in college, you know? So let price figure itself out. There we go. Breaking higher. Next target I have this 80 area. Beautiful reversal, beautiful entry. I think for my approach, as perfect of an entry that it can be, because I waited for my rules. I was patient. I shared what I wanted to see happen. That happened. I got long. And hopefully we can get to these next targets. Thanks, though. You too. You too, man. We got some nice longs today. Oh, nice. You want my inner peace? Look, inner peace comes from a lot of failures. Whenever a trader is more composed or a little bit more peaceful, it just means that they've gone through more mistakes and more failures, right? And they were able to reach a point where they've seen it. Oh, the gang is here.
Yo, buddy.
Chris,
James,
by the
what's
way,
going on?
Good morning.
Morning.
good morning. Man, that was sweet. I literally called YouTube just now and I said, listen, your like button is great. The thumbs up button is great. But for Chris, you need a love button, man. We need a love double thumbs up. That was awesome trade, man.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we need a love button for everybody here in the group.
Wow.
Yo, killer trade too, Stowe.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I'll show how disgusting it was to get into.
It was a little bit of a choppy morning.
That would be the first thing I'd do. Yeah, post news, and then there was so much. There was some crazy delta going on. Large participation, and yeah, we'll talk about that too. So it always gets a little scary when the big dogs get in the mix, and you never know what their intention is. But yeah.
All right, well, guys, my time is coming up. Let's see what you get, Stowe and Jim. Always good to see you.
All right, appreciate you.
Good to see you
guys
too,
have
man.
a fantastic rest of your day. All right, take care.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, man. Great job.
Take care. Bye.
Jim,
Stowe is in the house.
what is up, my friend? How are you today?
I'm doing great today. It's I was glued to the screen listening to Chris's explanation. I mean, he is an older guy, is an older fella. Sometimes us older guys like dismiss the younger guys, right? But no way, man. I learned something from him all the time. He's the real deal.
Yep, same here. That was interesting how he considers any sort of hanging around the 50 EMA to be part of his range bound definition, I will probably look at that and see if I grab any info from that too. Just another way that I'm learning stuff from everybody. It's awesome.
Well, yeah, but I put you in the same category, my friend. I am ready to roll. Do you have a trade going on yet?
I got flat. I got out of it at the overnight high. But I'm happy to talk about this execution city down here, and then I've got some other announcement thing kind of. So we got some cool stuff to talk about. Should be good.
All right, all right, all right. Well, I'll be sitting here glued to the screen taking notes, man. Good luck to you, and I will be in the background.
All right, thank you, brother. Talk to you in a bit. Good morning, chat. Hello. What's up, Cy? Great trade by Chris. Love to see it. When ES took out its overnight high, its London high, and Q was nowhere close, I was like, yeah, that's my target. I was thinking that was going to come back, but we are in the middle of some pretty strong, grindy trend right now. Incredibly strong. But, first things first, let's go back. And today was a cool day to talk about that 3 a.m. opening range. Super clear. I love it when it's like this. I wake up, open the chart, and this baby was long, so long. So this is clear positioning sign for me from the London Open. So I love to see that. We bring it into the RTH Open here. On days where there is any news at 9:45 and 10 a.m., I just don't touch anything. I just wait because that news can send it either way. It's going to be messy, and today was no exception. With the 10 a.m. news drop, we had 2 velocity logic events in NQ, and if you don't know what those are, congratulations. You've never been eaten alive by one. But it's basically like so many orders leave the book, they have to reset. They have to reset the book. That's when, your stops aren't going to work, especially if they're limit stop orders. So I just, I stay out of the market in that time because I don't need to play that game. And that happened back here. And we saw that this London low was respected. So I'm leaning on this in general. This is how I feel on the day. So far, until this is proven wrong. This news spike was a lot of bid delta got absorbed down here. So I took a long here as we were coming back up into the -1 standard deviation band. And, I scaled pretty aggressively, took 10, 20, 25 points. And then I ultimately got stopped. I took an ad here. Let me zoom in. So I know this is pretty small for everybody. Beep. All right. Let's see how that looks. That's much better. Cool. I took an ad here. And then I got stopped out on that. And then this started to happen. All of a sudden, the point of control slammed down to 909. And when you have what it is looking like a pretty balanced profile, whenever the point of control gets slammed to one side of it, that's always a sign that something is happening down here. A large participant has entered the market, and that's what all this delta ended up being right here. Who knows what their intention was? I don't have a clue. But I immediately took my size down from 4 micros to 2 micros because this could go either way. We get into coin flip territory down here. So if I'm still trying to lean on this idea, I want to be taking smaller paper cuts and shooting for a larger target. Because if this is going to become the inflection point for the day, then we have the ability to take out the overnight high and some higher targets on the day. So right here, I switched down to 2 micros, and I take a couple stops. And then we get under this guy, and the offer is just pounding. So I actually flip short right here in the hole. Somebody's got to short the hole, has to be done. So short the hole. And again, I'm scaling very aggressively, taking 10. I think this was only like 8 points there, 10, 8, 15 points off. So I got a profitable trade here. And then all of a sudden the tape switched. Right on this candle, all that offer vanished. It was gone, pulled from the book. I got stopped here on this short and immediately slammed long. Just because we cleared this bid guy aggressively, like price flew. And so I just slammed long, scale. And now I'm in a position that I'm hoping to get the higher time frame target on. So end of that story is we get to overnight high up here. We ran it and the delta map flipped, the candle flipped. So I got out here. This was ultimately my target anyway. Because, you can always get back in. And so this was the ultimate thesis for the trade. Slam back in once proven wrong on this short. Scale. This was a good couple scales there. And then ultimately took 120 points or something, which is, banger. Love it. That's a great day for me. Anytime I get a trade that's that long, very grateful. So now we're reset. We're looking at the next opportunity. The trend is extremely defined. They're just walking it up grind style right now. I haven't really seen a pullback that I'm interested in yet. I'd like to see what happens at 11:30 itself. Maybe that is some profit taking. Or we might just have to get back in up here. I'm not sure. But so now that's the trade that I'm hawking, is I'm looking for that long spot, which, the overnight high has held. All of this bid delta came in and supported that when it tried to sell back into here. And yeah, we're kind of breaking out too. The previous month high is at 44. And this blue box is a single print that's forming. So if we get to 11:30 and this blue box is still here, that will also be a strong sign of trend. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking at. If we pull up the high time frame guy, there we go. This is a pretty gnarly profile. We kind of were creating a new balance area here, and then we immediately left it. This is a pretty big gap up here, gapped above the monthly open. And yeah, we're leaving this node behind right now. We're above the previous month high. And that's this big spike here. So I don't know if that wasn't resistance anymore. My next stop is up here at in the 140s. We're gonna be looking here. This is a previous spot, and you can have auto plot draw this for you, or you can just look at an hourly chart and just look for these equal highs and equal lows, and you can see just in the crosshairs there, like here, and here. So 145 was obviously something. Previous point of interest for somebody. So we'll see what happens if we get up there. I'm not going to sell it, but I might use it as a target if we can get back into a long. Yeah. So anyways, how's everybody else doing? Did everybody getting this long today? Everybody survive that news? This delta profile here is set to rotations. So when this rotation ends, it will reset. But this has been a giant rotation, single trend rotation since we started it down here. So this is just showing this whole leg right now, and we have not. It has to rotate down 60 points in order to reset. So yeah, it hasn't done that. So that's another sign of very strong trend. My volume profile is RTH only. And then same with the VWAP bands as well. Can I explain bid and ask? If there's 1,000 lot on the offer, what does that indicate to you? Shreddy Heart, do you mean like if there's a resting 1,000 lot order sitting somewhere? Yeah, Ryan America. You can set the rotation value as for whatever you want. You can do 60 points. We like to mess with it, depending on range size, average rotation size. There's lots of stuff you can see to do that. And there's also Order Flow Labs releases that info to use to people in the Discord too. If you want to use the average, if you want to use a rolling average, there's lots of different stuff you can do. When the market was going crazy and we had like 800, 900 point days, I had the rotation size up to 240 at some point. I kind of double it. So I work in increments of 30 and 60. So I'm down to 60 points now. I was up at 120 like a week ago. The craziest week ever was a 240 week because, we were getting 240 point rotations every 30 minutes. Who's this handsome guy? Oh, my friend XY. Good morning, buddy. Good to see you. Shreddy Heart, your bid ask question. I don't pay much attention to resting liquidity as far as like trying to infer anything from it. I do watch it to see if it actually gets filled or if it gets pulled. That's more of a NQ specific thing. But for example, there was like up here, there was a 500 lot order that was moving around. And when price ultimately got to it, it pulled and price ran through it. And that sometimes happens if they don't get filled. I don't know. You can call it manipulation. You could call it whatever. I think it's just robots doing stuff. But sometimes that teases price in a way. At least that's the vibe. And so I watch to see if they actually get filled or if they don't. But down here, I mean, this 960 dude got filled big time. And then same here at 910. This was a war down here. That was crazy. I think it was just whatever they were trying to work out how they felt about whatever that newsprint at 10 was probably. And I think it's just algos fighting each other for positioning down there. Because if you're firing off, if you're a big institution, you don't necessarily just like open up the DOM and fire 3,000 lots in. They have execution programs and different strategies to execute with the least amount of slippage to build the position that they want to hold. So, but yeah. Jeff, I don't think, hey, good morning, Leo. Jeff, I don't know if they're spoofing. Spoofing is, I don't know. I'm sure no problem, Shreddy. I'm sure it exists. I don't think that is like a real nefarious thing. I think it's just a product of those execution programs. I'm not a big conspiracy person with orders and order fill stuff. So that's just my take on it. Market buy 3,000. Yeah. If you did that, especially if you did that on NQ, you're going to move the book 50 points. So you're going to get terrible fills and, they're trying not to lose money, I assume, when they execute large orders like that. So I'm not in the van. Leo, I'm glad you're here because I wanted to talk about you. So last night we recorded another episode of the podcast that Leo and I and our friend AJ do called Painting the Tape. That's an extremely shameless plug. You don't have to listen to it if you don't want to, but we do it for fun, and we have a lot of fun doing it. On that podcast, Leo tends to challenge me to do things. Also, like he does in real life, he has challenged me to do lots of stuff. And last night, he challenged me to start to share the stats, because I talk about stats all the time. I should start to share my stats for all of the NinjaTrader trading that I do. And so I'm going to do that. I started a new account today that is just dedicated to May. It's May 1st, so no better time to start it than right now. And yeah, I'm every week. I think we'll do it on Thursday. So every Thursday we'll start with a weekly overview of my previous week's stats. And we'll talk about, whoa, that's some bid. Nice. Something happened. That's why the time in sales is cool. You see those bids, you see that big blue flash and you're like, oh, okay, that grabs your attention. That's why we highlight those colors like that. It's a party. I'm sure Tracy's going to come in and tell me what that was in any second now. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna share my stats, and you can see my actual trades, my P&L, my I think I've got today's so far. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so this is what we'll be looking at, and these are the stats that I can't really make it bigger. I'll figure out how to make this as big as I can. I'm sure I just have to. I'm sure I just have to change some font sizes or something in here. But anyway, we'll look at total net and gross profit, all that stuff. We'll look at the Sortino and Sharp if we need to, but that's not really what I spend a lot of time with. I look at my percent profitability versus my profit factor and my average win versus my average loss. So this is where I want to be in here. This is actually my zone. So if these stats stay like this for the next month, we'll be partying. I like to have a 55% win rate with a 1.5 average win to average loss, risk to reward ratio. So this is good for now. It's been, it's been about an hour. So, and if this is bad, I'm going to show it to you and you can see that it's bad, and we'll talk about why it's bad, and we can dig into, the mistakes that I'm making. We're going to adjust on the fly together. It could be cool. It could be a fun experiment. So I look forward to doing that. Because when Leo challenges me to do something, I of course have to do it for no other reason than at least spite. Okay, Michael says Trump reportedly could ease semiconductor curbs in UAE during visit later this month. Strange. Why is it red, not green? Do you mean my stuff? I mean, when you look at stats, it's going to show you your total profit and your gross profit and your gross loss, and then your net is, one minus the other. It's going to show you the max drawdown, and then the other big comparison is long versus short trades. I don't really take as many short trades as long trades, just historically. So yeah. And then there's lots of other stuff that we can look at, like number of time in the market for winning trades versus losing trades, May to MFE, lots of that stuff. So we're going to dig into the stats and talk about why they're important, and how you can use them to further understand your own process and how you can, refine that. And I was thinking about it last night. It could be cool because I'm kind of a different trader when I'm trading in front of everybody, so this is kind of a good opportunity for me to truly figure out like what my NinjaTrader trading should be, where are the leaks in the game, and how do I make this as optimal as I can in front of all of you. Yeah, Pillar. I will I'll make it I'll figure out how to make it huge so it comes across. I understand that the print is pretty small. Milo. Got it. Cool. I'll try to remember that. Still waiting for a pullback. Might be waiting all day. Milo, the podcast is just where all the podcasts are. I don't want to plug companies. I don't know. I don't want to be weird and make a mistake with that stuff because I don't know the rules. But yeah, just like if you've ever known where podcasts are, I think it's on YouTube also. So that I can plug because we're on YouTube right now, I think. Pretty sure. Is this our pullback for ants? This 140 spot might come before we even get a meaningful pullback. Are those C singles confirmed? Omni? Cool. Good to know. I'd at least like to get back to so when we're in a super strong trend, obviously this candle down here we haven't even touched the anchor VWAP from it, which is this. We have not left this deviation band in an hour. So that's pretty strong. I'd like to leave, and you can see the band widening out too. That's another sign. And then I'd like to at least get back to the midpoint of it. I guess I'd buy like 58. Somewhere down. I'd like to see this get swept again, maybe come back in here. But this is what I'm looking to hold now. I'd be surprised they don't clean these up. At least a little bit. Just trying to be patient. Because if I'm going to share stats with you, I should really try to make them good. What symbol and what time frame? This is NQ, and this is a 750 volume chart. I'll zoom in since we're just chilling for now. I'm going to watch this 286 spot. There's some selling. I'm going to come down to 2. Take a couple half shots here. It's going to keep grinding up. Oh, cool. We have news. I've actually never noticed that. We have little news clips on the bottom there. Yen extends decline to 1% versus dollars. Bank of Japan, Ueda speaks. Okay. What's a 750 volume chart? These are volume-based candles. So the total volume of all of these, each candle is 750. So you can see some are short, some are tall. That's what you use to infer things. Okay, coming down here, testing this stuff. We're running this stop here. This was a pretty big print. We're getting to the midpoint here. Patience, patience, patience. You see some sweeps. See some sweeps. Man, my kid has been making me listen to the same Taylor Swift song all week, like relentlessly. I'll try one there. This is just 2-lot mini. I'll cut if we get back down here. But I got this 22 song stuck in my head. It's been a painful journey. It is better than Baby Shark, Omni. Yes. No, once you get out of the baby songs, it's really nice to get away from. If I never hear Cocomelon again, it will be too soon. Yeah, this world's smallest LVN is holding up a lot right now. 5 minutes till the turn. There's a lot of absorption. I mean, they're coming in right here to pick it up. That's what I'm looking for right here to hold. This 280 guy. Yep, just need to cross now. Come on. Come on, buddies. Do you guys like Taylor Swift? I feel like of all the potential things that I could have to listen to every day, it's not the worst case scenario. Well, this offer's still pretty strong. We'll see. We'll see what they do. Omni, Britney Spears is like classic rock at this point. The Tay Tay. I don't know if I'm comfortable referring to anybody as Tay Tay, but yeah, that is what they call her. It's that 22 song. I don't know about you. I feel like I'm 22. Everything is all right. You know, it's great. It's hilarious to watch my kids sing it. It brings me great joy. Slamming it. Might bail. I don't know though. Sadie guy's pretty happy. Happy to buy. Continue to buy. sure. Well, I said I needed to, I can't just be working on Creed songs the whole time. You can't work the same angle forever. I needed a new trick. We're actually working on, my wife gets back from a business trip tomorrow, and we almost have like a dance routine for it ready. So I'm pretty proud. I'm pretty proud of that dance routine. Yeah, I'm probably going to keep that video to myself, but just you guys can know it's out there. Good grief. 80 guy with all the bullets. Are they going to get through him? Yeah. There's the turn. I have a very tiny potential single print right there. Nope, just closed it. All right, took a stop on that. Just a halvesy. Now I'm looking at right here. We'll come back down to 2. It's that time of year when it's like cold in the morning and then warms up. My office starts cooking. Here's the bid. I mean, okay, trying to watch. Right side of the V, patience. Got back in with 2 there. That fill sucks. I wanted to get in here at 62s. But no dice. There's my 58. That's it. I'm going to add 1 there. Yeah, my stop's in a terrible place. Yeah, if we get stopped out here, we're going to have to get back in quickly. Maybe back to the previous month high? Maybe it's just going to sell. I don't know. Yeah, now I'm definitely waiting. Yeah, cause I do market orders. Okay, we just tested the previous month high. Decent bounce there. I want to be back. There we go. Let's see, we got one at 72. We can get a little more out of that. So yeah, what I do is this is live. This is a live account. It's a funded account. It exists. Cause I mark it in, and then I have this bracket set up here. So need to see if we can hold this spot. This 55. The offer's definitely there again. Maybe not. Ugh. Really pressing. Okay, I'm gonna take 2 off. Yep, so I didn't get the full stop. Okay, cool. They're gonna keep doing this. They're gonna do this to me. Bid is trying. Got a lower time frame delta flip there on the 500. The cool thing about the delta map stuff is you can set it and look at anything you want. This is a little the 69 guy. Sorry, I'm really watching this this 70 person. See what happens if they fill, if they're going to pull. Need there we go. Just need the bid to step in and be somebody. You got a trend day bid. This is what you want. Don't waste it. Do I ever scale in? No. I don't. Not saying that you can't. I do size down and plan to add. So I guess that's scaling in, but I don't. If I'm being really honest, I will get into some sketchy territory if I allow myself to add to a losing trade, like in any way. It's just not a good habit to start, even if the intention is good, even if like this isn't great. These market orders weren't good. I wanted them in so I could put my stop below the previous month high at 45. I mean, it's close, but I would like it at least down here. But no, I just can't do it, man. It just makes a bad habit, and it will make, especially if I get rewarded doing that, it will make me trade like garbage. And that's a slippery slope. And I just know that about myself because I've been trading with myself for a while. No, yeah, Scott. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't do it. Leo has a whole system based on that called POSA. And the first part of that is put on initial risk. It's just not something that I'm, capable of managing. So this is part of my risk control of myself is the best way to put that. Yeah, this is NQ. Do I use a 60 stop? I'm running a 15-point stop right now. So if you're talking about ticks, then yes. Yeah, this isn't great. It should have gone. This is one of those things where this is taking too long. It's taking way too long to work up here. I didn't notice that offer stepping in. That's one of the challenges. Answering questions, thinking about answers while monitoring a trade. Not always conducive to the best trading results. I want to see if they have any follow through here on the offer as we bump back into this 60. Yeah, I don't like it anymore. So I'm going to get out for 5 points there. Think about it some more. This offer is still pressing down. All this buying here, not rewarded. It couldn't even get a retest of it, frankly. So we're falling out of the band. This anchor VWAP from the bottom is shifting. So this is obviously a busy place. So let's try to wait until we leave it, and then we can get on a trade. Scott, we can talk. Oh, well, Leo's going to be on with me this afternoon. So I'll write that down. I'll remember to ask him for you. I missed it again. I mean, maybe. On this account per trade, I'm risking $120 max. Sometimes 60. So 15 points is $30. 4 lots. So if I take a full stop, 4 times 3 is 12, I think. So that's $120 per trade. If I take a full stop. I really try not to take a full stop ever. Sure. Here's his previous month high again. Gonna run it? Let me try to see. Let me zoom back out here. Trying to push it so hard. And they get it. Again, in case they lift off. I will cut it ASAP though if they don't pull this offer. Nah. Not that time. So like, for example, that's a 46 to 39. So that's a 7-point stop. Here's the overnight high test here. Try again. Need this previous month high to not be resistance on the way back up, though. This 26 is good. Anywhere in the zone from 26 to 35 is a good entry. I can't get a good market order to save my life today, though. Yeah, it's definitely printing exhaustive stuff. Disappointing. Yeah. Oh, get me out. Work. Is it working? There it goes. Okay. Just watching. See if we can bang back in. We get above this overnight high and get some sweeps. Yeah, anywhere in this 30 and 26 spot. This bid fakes me out again. Yep, it did. Ugh. This is maybe the fourth day that this has happened to me, where the offer pulls and then slams back on as soon as I hit that trigger. As soon as I hit the trigger. Nope. There's lots of bid here, too. Stacked the whole way. I'm trying to get this. Yeah, so we need to get back above here, back above 43s. And it doesn't seem very interested in doing that at the moment. Offer's still just pushing it down. Charles, I don't really look at the VIX. Do you want to tell me what it's doing? That would make my life a lot easier. I'm kind of just looking at this right now. Getting the sweeps up. Like, it's getting rewarded. I'm just in a tug of war again. This is definitely my fifth tug of war of the week. easily. I think I was talking to I forget who I was talking to on Twitter. It might have been Froggy. But he mentioned how the most the good trades are the ones that are extremely uncomfortable, and I'm like, yeah, it's been every trade for me this week. It has not been easy. I got stopped on that one. Yeah, we'll wait on that. Are those candles the Delta dominance indicator, Stowe? No. These are Delta map. Delta dominance, I don't remember. I don't remember those candles specifically, but they are involved in Delta also. Hey, Fat Fish. Jeff, do I always do the half 1-to-1 method? No, I don't. That's just something that I've been working on just for the stream. Maybe add it, maybe not. Because we're coming in at these spots that, like, yeah, I see the feuding state says wait for a significant level. The thing about that is it's extremely easy to hindsight this stuff. These are all good spots to try this long idea. Obviously, they didn't work, or they partially worked. But you don't know until this low is in where the low is going to be. So the only thing that I can do to, control that is control my risk. That's the first thing. If you control your risk and make sure that you can survive and just trade and learn and exist, that's winning to begin with. Secondly, I got to take a shot here at all this bid delta. I mean, I'm seeing what I'm seeing. It doesn't always work. But if we were going to hold this overnight high, this is a runner that gets me to 142. So that's 100 points that well pays for all this stuff, and that keeps my, profit factor in check. Win probability probably goes down a little bit, but yeah. So you don't know. Nobody knows. There is no level. It's only a level after it's been touched and proven to be a good spot. Yeah, it should be. I don't know if you were paying attention earlier, but I'm going to show my stats. I'm going to trade for a week on a new account, and then every week we'll go over my stats so we can see how my win rate and RR does. Now we're coming down here to the VWAP, top of the 5-minute opening range. Maybe it's just going to kick off IB high and go. Evil sweeps. This seller is still very angry. Might have to start using limit orders. My market orders have been really bad.
Stowe.
Hey, how's it going, Jim?
Dude.
I'm kind of getting killed today a little bit. Small kill.
Small little baby kill.
Yeah. A risk-controlled kill. But it's important to have losing days, right? Otherwise, people would think I was making this up.
Well, I wouldn't use the word important, but
you're right. That's probably not the best word to describe it. It's necessary. This seller. Gross. I mean, the bid's down here. Maybe I'm just reading the tape badly today. That's also possible.
Well, it's a tough day.
Yeah.
It's
If
a
it
tough
ends
day.
in Y.
Yeah, no, those days are tough also, yeah, for sure. But you know, the news cycle's crazy for sure.
Yeah. Did
That
they
doesn't
say
really
something
help.
at the top there to ruin my trend? Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know. I mean, China's dealing with, negotiating with Venezuela.
Okay.
U.S. weighs easing NVIDIA chip. That should be bullish though. Curbs for the UAE.
Yep.
Um, There's a holiday today in Germany. There's actually a lot of May Day holidays, by the way, throughout the world. So when you see my Eurex quotes at zero, that means
Oh, that's
because
why.
Eurex
Okay.
is in Frankfurt, Germany. It's closed. Yeah. So there's a lot of that. I think in South America also. Um,
Fair enough.
and I, yeah, and actually, Trump might be speaking now. It's unclear. The AP said he was, but then I can't find the video of it. So
Okay.
we could blame whoever you want.
Well, it's ultimately my responsibility, unfortunately. So the blame sits with the trader. It's
Yeah,
important
no,
to take responsibility for your trades.
you're gonna be back this afternoon, right?
Yep. Yes, I will.
All right. Stowe is gonna be back this afternoon with, I think, with Leo the Tiger, right?
That's right. Yes, me and Leo, we'll be partying. We'll find
ES
something to
underscore
do.
Leo.
I don't know. He traded ES for like one day there for a second. Oh, look
I
at that
know.
crazy! Look at that crazy
Yeah.
fill.
Yeah. Yeah. The dam broke, man.
Yes, it
Boom.
did.
Wow. So anyway, well, good job today. Anyway, I mean, it was good. Your thought process is like, that's the most important thing. It's like, what's your process? What are you thinking about? And then sharing it with everybody, which,
Yeah.
is brave. It is brave.
Yeah. It's definitely you feel exposed for sure. I mean, this is a lot of people to trade in front of, but I want to be honest about it and I want to do it in an educational way if I can. So we'll try again this afternoon. That's all we can do.
Yep. All right. All right. All right. Well, we'll see you then. I'll be with you this afternoon as well, brother. So we'll see you then. Have a good lunch and get some rest and do whatever you need to do.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. See you later.
All right.
Thanks,
All right.
chat.
Let's check out real quickly a couple things here. Even the S&P. We'll do a really quick edge report here and just kind of look at some levels. Whatever the reason for the sell-off is, it was a pretty big sell-off. We're already back to the official point of control right now, which is approximately 56.46 half. From a session volume profile point of view, we crossed the VWAP, right? This is a 10-minute chart where direct momentum has changed to the downside. We're way below that VWAP right here. I expect the candle to close below the VWAP as well. 61.8, forget about it. All the fib lines have been breached pretty much. Then we have on the downside, though, we do have that JAX1 level at 56.25, and it's right by the previous session's highs. So there's kind of two areas of interest right there that could act like a magnet as well. So we got to remember that as well. The other level here is this the initial balance of the London session. The low of that initial balance was 56.34. That's an area of interest as well on this particular chart. Beyond that, well, there's a lot of levels lower, 5,600 at JAX2 as well. I do want to show also the Bitcoin here. This is my favorite chart of the day. This is the micro Bitcoin. Great contract to trade, folks, by the way. Bitcoin's here to stay, whether you like it or not. We have a nice double bottom that's formed and really orderly rally here. All the moving averages are just arcing up. We have a blast off today. We're tracking 97,625. In my humble opinion, this is my opinion. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I expect us to get to that 100,000 level in no time, short of some massive risk-off move across all the asset classes. And that's right at that 78.6% retracement level on the outside fib. So that's looking pretty impressive, by the way. Let's go ahead and check out crude oil, too, because we were talking about crude oil with Shai. And we were lower than we were expected to be. Today was like a weird day, right? We had a huge sell-off here, but then when we crossed VWAP, and interestingly enough, we crossed VWAP right at S1. I love it when you get these two really important areas of interest that kind of collide together around 57.30. Then we closed above VWAP for the first time all session, and then a nice candle, and that was it right before 9 o'clock. So, and then a confirmation candle. The second candle, there's the confirmation candle because it's green, right? Boom, close above, boom, green candle, great signal, off to the races. And sure enough, went all the way to the pivot. We actually tagged that JAX 3 level at 59 even. And a lot of times, remember these levels for the again exposure are even levels. Like a lot of them are even levels. So 59 even, and it makes sense, right? Because that's how the underlying option is quoted. So you're not going to get an underlying option at 58.93. That's not a thing. So really nice touch point on that JAX 3. We kind of sold off nicely against that. I guess I would be remiss not to put a fib line in. So I'm going to do it real quickly here before we go and break for lunch. We'll go low to high right now and getting close to that 38.1% retracement. And then there's the VWAP again, right? So the distance between price and VWAP now is starting to converge. And that's going to be kind of a double area support here along with that JAX 2. So JAX 2, 38.1% retracement, VWAP, previous sessions lows, all of these areas are colliding right now and will form support or a continuation of the breakdown on the downside. My guess is it's going to be support going forward into the afternoon. All right, so that's your quick edge report at the end of the day, end of the morning. We're not done yet. Remember, 2:30, we're going to be back. Me and Shai, hot commodity segment. It's a great segment. Hopefully, we'll see you guys then. And then Order Flow Labs guys are going to be kicking into gear, trading the close with Leo, the Tiger, and Stowe will be back again. So in the meantime, folks, take a break. Have a great lunch, and we'll see you in a little while.